And it is Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I know they are in the back. They are coming up. And I know they'll probably talk stats and tell you how many people are affected by domestic violence. And I know that you all are coming off a symposium that you all had, was it last week, Susanna? Last week? And one of the, Dr. Richardson has been part of my life for, I'd say, let's see, I'm 53, so almost the last 30 years. And she had, her granddaughter was Jennifer Ann. And Jennifer Ann was a victim of domestic violence, unfortunately, a fatal victim of domestic violence a few years ago. And so this hits near and dear to me every year that it comes. But I just love the work that you all do. And with that, this is so well deserving. So let me read this. Whereas domestic violence is a pattern of abusive behavior that includes physical, emotional, psychological, sexual, and financial abuse, and it affects people of all ages, races, genders, sexual orientations, religions, and socioeconomic backgrounds. And whereas across the United States, more than 1 in 3 women and nearly 1 in 4 men report experiencing intimate partner violence in their lifetime. And countless children are exposed to this violence, bearing lifelong impacts on their health and well-being. And whereas domestic violence is not a private matter, but a public health and safety crisis, contributing to cycles of trauma, homelessness, poverty, and intergenerational harm that affect entire communities. And whereas in El Paso and the surrounding region, the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence, also known as CASV, has served as a beacon of hope for more than 45 years, providing life-saving services including emergency shelter, crisis hotlines, counseling, legal advocacy, transitional living programs, prevention education, and community outreach. And whereas October is observed nationally as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, a time to remember those whose lives were taken by domestic violence, honor the courage of survivors, celebrate their resilience, and recommit ourselves to ending abuse in all its forms. And whereas CASV's theme, You're a Survivor, recognizes that every individual who has experienced domestic violence has endured unimaginable challenges, yet possess extraordinary strength. And whereas the theme underscores that survival is not just about living through abuse, but about reclaiming power, dignity, and hope, and reminds the community that healing is possible when survivors are met with compassion, resources, and support. And whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month is also an opportunity to educate the public, challenge harmful stereotypes, and dismantle the stigma and silence that too often surround abuse, ensuring that survivors' voices are heard, believed, and valued. And whereas preventing domestic violence requires the commitment of the entire community, from schools, businesses, and healthcare providers, to faith organizations, law enforcement, and government agencies, working together to create safe homes and safe futures. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that the month of October 2025 shall be known as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, signed by the Honorable Renard Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a great honor to be here with you, Mayor, and all the representatives of all the different districts. My name is Sandra Nevares Garcia. I'm the Executive Director for the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence. As you know, domestic violence isn't a private issue. Unfortunately, it's a community issue that affects all our different areas. The Center Against Sexual and Family Violence provides services to El Paso, Hudspeth, and Culberson County. I would like to highlight that we are the largest domestic violence and sexual assault program on the U.S.-Mexico border. and provide just as many numbers as our counterparts in Austin and San Antonio. And unfortunately, that's not something that we're proud of, but the idea of the impact when you're comparing those larger cities to ours, sometimes we think it's not happening here, or it's not as impactful here, it's not an issue in our community. And so while our community is extremely giving and supportive, as mentioned before, it's really, I think, what makes the biggest difference in the work that we do, because we know we are supported not only by individuals in the community in different senses of the way, we're here to also support those individuals who are suffering through domestic violence. We want to make sure that these survivors, as we go through our theme of You're a Survivor, that they know that they're not defined by the acts that they've endured, but more of the strength that it's taking for them to heal and move forward in their lives, ensuring that they are able to live a life free of violence. This past year, the Center Against Sexual Violence provided over 3,000 individuals in our community with services. It's something that I often joke about, that I'd like to be unemployed at some point, but unfortunately there's still a lot of work to do in our community. And so I think the way we've all been socialized and just kind of how we've grown up and how we've seen domestic violence in our communities feeds into the act continuing, as you see it generationally, as you see within family households, and leading up to the rest of the family. The proclamation sends a powerful message to everyone, not only that you're not alone, but that help is here. And more importantly, that you're a survivor and that there is hope for you, and that there are a life free of violence. This month, as you know, is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and there's several activities that we've partaken at the beginning of the month, and we'll continue to partake as the month continues. To highlight too is we do have El Paso Giving Day coming up on October 16th. Where individuals in the community can support the center, and we do have a matching opportunity to be able to leverage some additional funds. One of our biggest bread and butters is we've started this movie night where we screen a movie night, and so it'll be on October 21st. And so the idea is a time to just bring people together in a setting that most of us are comfortable in, which is a movie theater. It is themed, it has a domestic violence undertone, like there is a reason for everything that we do. So we engage in a little bit of conversation of just kind of tools, red flags, things that you can do and see, and how you can help individuals. And so if anything, if I leave you with anything, is as we move through our lives, as we interject with different individuals and have different touch points with different individuals, is that we all are aware when something's not right. You can see it, you don't know sometimes what to do with it, it's sometimes very uncomfortable. The biggest message is that I can tell you is, one, that you remember that we're here to serve our community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 360 days a year, 65 days a year. But is that you believe them. If someone's come to you and shared that they've experienced some sort of violence, please remember the amount of courage that it's taken for that individual to come to you and to be able to admit that, because oftentimes you might be the only one that they've admitted it to. Again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity not only to be here, but also for the staff members that were able to join me. Ms. Yasmin is our Director of Client Services, so anything client service related, shelter, non-residential, she's the one that's making the world go round really in that facility. And then Ms. Kristen is part of our admin team, also ensuring that, you know, we're minding our P's and Q's and making sure that we're submitting everything we need to submit to make sure that we're always in compliance. And again, thank you again for the time. It's really been a pleasure to be here with you this morning.
Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think something that she left out is, what's the cost for your services?
So the cost for our services, it varies. Mm-hmm. So in shelter, you're looking at, we keep it pretty low, probably about $150 a shelter night. And so what we call a shelter night is that includes sheltering, food, and case management. Mm-hmm. Again, we do house anywhere between 750 to 850 clients in our emergency shelter every year, and those are unduplicated numbers. The majority of those are children. So one of the things we've also come to terms with is we're also your largest shelter that houses children in El Paso. Our non-residential, though, people tend to think of the shelter and not our non-residential facility for whatever oddball reason. That building actually will provide anywhere, actually this past year, it provided a little over 3,200 clients with services, with the majority of those being adults.
And I'm trying to say that a lot of your services are free.
Oh, absolutely.
You have a lot of free services that
All
cover.
our services are free.
Yeah, all the services are free. And so anybody that sees themselves struggling at any point in their life, in their community, with your kids' friends, with anybody, this is an organization that's willing to open up their doors and offer everything that they have. So thank you so much for the incredible work that you all do.
No, thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add my thanks too. And the numbers are staggering. 1 in 3 women, 1 in 4 men report experiencing partner violence in their lifetime. And I know you guys started in 1977 with only a hotline, and now look at all the different programs that you have today, which is incredible. So let me ask you, what is the hotline number? If someone needed to get in contact, how do they contact you guys?
Absolutely. It's on 915-593-7300. And again, if it's for domestic violence, if it's sexual assaults, that's a number that anyone can call, friends, family. It is called a hotline, so sometimes people are like, well, it's not an emergency. It's just an information line that you can get resources for friends and family and yourself if needed.
Very good. And thank you guys again for all that you're doing for the community.
No, thank you.
And congratulations.
So very much. Thank you.
And the next proclamation is Tom Lee Celebration.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. And while I wait from everyone representing the Tom Lee Institute to come to the podium, I just want to mention that if you haven't been to the Tom Lee Institute, I highly recommend you go. There are a lot of great pieces from someone native to El Paso, and a lot of just rich history that's a part of that museum. I absolutely love his work, and I have actually 3 pieces of his on loan or in my office, so in case you haven't stopped by the office of District 1, everyone is welcome to come see those Tom Lee pieces there. So this is the proclamation. Whereas Tom Lee, a native El Pasoan, chose to live and work in El Paso even though he could have lived anywhere in the world. And whereas this year marks an extraordinary milestone of the Tom Lee Institute, an El Paso nonprofit offering the community Tom Lee Celebration with the theme, The Tom Lee Trail Across Texas and New Mexico, which is exploring the legacy of a great American artist, first artist named trail in Texas, first embedded World War II artist correspondent for Life magazine in honor of the United States 250th anniversary. A new traveling exhibit pays tribute to the resilience, sacrifice, and enduring strength of the human spirit across 4 theaters of World War II. Whereas the Tom Lee Institute collaborates with other nonprofit organizations and cultural entities in the community to offer engaging and educational activities that showcase the region's quality of life. Overall, 20 events will be held, with El Paso serving as the capital of the Tom Lee Trail. And whereas there are events scheduled at 14 El Paso sites, including the Emergence Health Network Veteran One-Stop Center, where Tom Lee's World War II paintings created on the front lines of 4 different theaters of war will be presented in chronological order as part of a never-before-seen traveling exhibition, Brushstrokes from the Front Lines of World War II. Emergence will also host iconic El Paso artist Joey Lee Cabral, who will lead an art session inviting veterans and active duty service members to explore expressive painting techniques. These are just a few of many exciting experiences that celebrate the region's rich history, art, and culture. And whereas Tom Lee's celebration offers a series of unique events centered in El Paso designed to attract tourists and inspire El Paso citizens. The Tom Lee Trail, officially designated by the Texas legislature in 2017, has brought visitors worldwide to El Paso events. In addition, El Paso is the hub of the Binational Trail that spans Texas, New Mexico, and the state of Chihuahua, Mexico. Now, therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that the month of October 2025 shall be known as Tom Lee Celebration Month, signed by the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson. Congratulations.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson and Representative Chavez. Did you?
No, good morning.
Yeah. And so we're delighted to be here and very honored to be recognized for the work that we do. We have, as Representative Chavez said, many free events in El Paso. Nobody pays for any of the events that we do. And we also have 11 different free curricula that are embedded in public schools throughout El Paso. We're aiming to get them in all 250 schools in Region 19 to begin to introduce students to the art and writings of Tom Lee. And that's important because they don't get a lot of local history in the school curriculum, and they don't really learn to love El Paso. And one of the comments that we get on our tours, both adult and student tours, is that they didn't realize all that El Paso had to offer. And so they fall in love with El Paso in the same way Tom Lee loved El Paso. And we're so privileged to have an artist and world-class writer right here who, as Representative Chavez said, could have lived anywhere in the world but chose El Paso. And so we also want to welcome Adair Margot, who's the founder of the Tom Lee Institute since 2009. And it was really her determination and inspiration and the impact that Tom Lee had on her life when she was writing his oral history in particular that motivated her to realize that his legacy needed to be preserved. And that's one of the important things that we do at the Tom Lee Institute. So thank you so much for what you're doing here in honoring us. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Do you want to introduce the folks who are with you?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
These are the team that make it happen. We have Desiree Hanlon, Abraham Pichardo, who is our marketing person, Lily Minton, and Corey Navarro, who's our office administrator, and of course, Adair Margot, who's our founder. So thank you.
Very good, and congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
So most may not know this, and Tom Lee, and I've seen a lot of his wonderful work, throughout my lifetime. But most may not know that Tom Lee was also a mayor of the great city of El Paso, and his father senior, his father was a mayor of El Paso from 1915 to 1917, and his father also, Pancho Villa, put out a bounty after his father for 1,000 pesos in gold. He wanted the mayor dead or alive back then. So
Yes.
a lot of great history in the Tom Lee family, and the artwork is incredible and impeccable. So again, thank you guys for all that you're doing, and congratulations on this day and your celebration for the 14 the month and all the events that you have scheduled. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Mayor. Oh,
Representative Chavez, we got time.
just in honor of Tom Lee, I'd like to just say one of my favorite quotes from his writings is, "The best day is the day coming with the work to do, with the eyes wide open and the heart grateful." I love that quote by Tom Lee. Thank you.
And the next proclamation is American Red Cross Sound the Alarm.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know there's people from the Red Cross here, but we've been doing some great work together this year. We had a great blood drive in July, and now you're having another great event. And of course, you had to pick my district, and I'm really excited about that. So I will read this proclamation, and then you could say a few words. Thank you. Proclamation, City of El Paso, Texas. Whereas this October 18th, we celebrate the American Red Cross's National Sound the Alarm in El Paso, Texas, a campaign that works to prevent and save lives from home fires. And whereas home fires claim 7 lives every day, but having working smoking alarms can cut the risk of death by half. And whereas American Red Cross volunteers and community partners will install free smoke alarms, create escape plans, and share fire safety information with families in Northeast El Paso. And whereas advancing this noble mission, the volunteers and supporters who now give back through the West Texas chapter remain unwavering in their commitment to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of today's emergencies. And whereas volunteers will install new smoke alarms and raise awareness of home fire safety, helping fight people's biggest threat, home fires. We hereby recognize this October 18th in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to home fire safety. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that October 18th shall be known as National Sound the Alarm Day. Signed, the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Ana Apodaca, and I'm the Executive Director for the West Texas chapter of the American Red Cross, and I'm honored and so happy to be in front of you today. We, as Representative Acevedo mentioned, will be having a major event on Saturday, October 18th, and would like to invite all of you, any community members, volunteers, anyone who's interested in coming out and making our community safer. We are installing, the goal is to install in over 125 homes this Saturday. We are anticipating over 100 volunteers coming out and supporting us that day. So we're really excited for the work that we do. And in all honesty, that work would not be able to be done without several of the volunteers who stand behind me today, and really appreciate all their support that they provide us as an organization and the work that we're able to do and continue to deliver mission here in El Paso. I'd like to introduce my board chair, Nicole Ruiz, who has been pivotal in supporting our organization in this community.
Thank you, Ana. Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning.
Thank you, Representative Acevedo, for the proclamation. As Ana said, this year I'm honored to be the chair of the American Red Cross West Texas chapter. Thank you for recognizing the incredible work that the Red Cross does. I don't think they get recognized enough, especially our volunteers who often deploy when disaster strikes. The Red Cross does so much work behind the scenes to include hosting blood drives. And as Ana said, this weekend our volunteers will be out in the community, this time in the Northeast, saving lives by installing free smoke detectors. And so again, thank you so much for helping us sound the alarm and recognizing National Sound the Alarm Day.
Very good.
That is it. I hope anybody who would like to join us can come join us. These are events that we want to do throughout our community as the year goes forward. So my hope is to do it in every single one of your districts as we move forward. So you'll be hearing from us. Thank you so much.
Where's the event happening? At what time? And
Thank you. So the event is going to be Saturday. Our rally point is the Almeida Shriners will be hosting us. So that's at 6331 Alabama. And we'll be out there from 7:30 to 4 p.m. on Saturday. So please stop by, if any, just to say hi.
Very good. And Ana, do you want to introduce the rest of your team?
Definitely. Let me introduce my volunteers, but first let me introduce my staff member, Paul Ferris. And then my volunteers, Richard, I'm sorry, I don't know your last. Rosen, thank you. I knew it started with an R. Francine, Karen Hamilton, Anita Alonso, and Charlie Weaver, who has, by the way, broken record in our chapter. He has deployed to near almost 20 deployments. So his last deployment was obviously in the Kerrville flood. So
Wow.
Again, our volunteers are absolutely fantastic, and we're so grateful for them.
Wow. Well, thank you guys again for all that you do. And Ana, I got one. Where does the West Texas chapter cover? Which year?
Great question. So we cover El Paso County, Hudspeth, and Culberson counties. And
Okay.
we also offer support to Presidio, Jeff Davis, and Brewster counties as well.
Very good. And you said these smoke detectors are free.
All smoke alarms are at no cost to any resident who would like to get them installed. Also, if you have any residents or know of anyone who may need support after a home fire, you can get a smoke alarm request done at 1-800-RED Cross. So just by calling the 1-800-RED Cross number, you'll be able to get a smoke alarm. But also, should you need support from a home fire, that's the number to call as well.
Very good. Thank you guys for what you've done. Representative Trejo?
Thank you, Mayor. So you're going to be in Northeast?
Yes, we are.
Where exactly in Northeast will you be?
We'll be targeting the neighborhoods around the Almeida Shriners, so around the Alabama area.
Okay, so that's in District 2.
Yes,
Thank you.
District 2.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, thank you guys and congratulations.
Thank you.
And the final proclamation is ESD and the Community Day.
All right, Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, thank you. So, Mayor, just on a personal note, as everyone's walking up, I am very fortunate that my father's first position with the city of El Paso was with environmental services.
Wow.
Now, it wasn't called that then, but still, thank you all so very, very much. And if anybody who visits my street, if you're here, please not raise your hand. And nobody wants to know how I run out there to pull my trash can out last minute. So thank you. So, before we start, Mayor, may I ask Armando Avalos to raise his hand? There. Thank you, sir. And then Chris Rodriguez. Is he? Oh, he's not here? Okay. All right. All right, Mayor. Thank you again for letting me read this proclamation. Now, whereas the Environmental Services Department plays an essential role in preserving the safety, beauty of our city through its daily operations. And whereas through our dedication, hard work, environmental services employees help maintain clean neighborhoods and protect the quality of life that makes El Paso proud and a thriving community. Whereas beyond their duties, the Environmental Service Department continually seeks to build meaningful relationships with residents, reminding us that the city's work is not only about service, but it's also about people. And whereas one example of this connection is the story of the young Gael, I think I'm boring him, and his mother, Mrs. Quinones, El Paso residents who developed a special bond with their neighborhood sanitation crew. Gael's admiration for environmental services turned his weekly trash collection into daily mementos of joy. Whereas Armando Avalos took the time to connect with Gael and share moments of kindness that left lasting impressions. And whereas stories about Gael reminds us that environmental services is more than a department, it's a team of compassionate individuals who serve with heart, respect the people they serve. And whereas the City of El Paso wishes to express its gratitude for Environmental Service Department for its dedication, commitment, and contribution to our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council that October 14th, 2025, be known as Community Bonding through Environmental Services Day. Signed, our Honorable Mayor, Renard Johnson.
Good morning.
Name is Jesus Yamaguchi. I'm the Assistant Director for Environmental Services. Thank you, Representative Fierro, for this recognition. Like he mentioned, this all started between Mr. Mando Avalos and Gael, right? But as he mentioned also on his proclamation, there's a whole team behind this gentleman right here, which provide exceptional services through environmental services. So I would like to have each one before Mr. Mando and then everybody else introduce themselves. But again, thank you, sir, for this recognition.
Good morning.
Good morning. I want to thank God first, and all of you, Mayor, all of you. Thank you for noticing us, and it's just been with Gael. It's just been amazing, and it's just a beautiful thing that where God bounded us, and to show the world, to show all El Paso, there is love, there is a connection that we could be with one another, happy, peaceful, and there's love here in El Paso. So I want to just continue and thank you very much.
I just want to thank Yamaguchi and Mando for all they do for my kid. You can see that a small gesture goes a long way. And if everybody here in El Paso would do that, we would be a great community, and they're a great example of it. So I just want to thank you for inviting us and them for all their hard work.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson.
Good morning.
My name is Joel Hernandez Camilla. I represent the air quality program from this beautiful city. We are committed to monitoring and enforcing the air quality rules from the state and federal laws, and we appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Edward Cruz. I'm with the Sweeper Division.
Mi nombre es Elisa Ochoa, represento Miriam.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Hernandez, and I work for the Fleet Department.
Good morning. I'm Natalia Noriega. I represent the engineering department.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Juan Garcia, and I'm a lead out at the Greater El Paso landfill.
Good morning. Ivan Villalobos, Business Systems Team.
Good morning. I'm Patricia Rivera. I represent CCS, which stands for Citizens Collection Services.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm April Flores, and I'm with Beautification.
Good morning. My name is Erin Quintana, and I'm a part of the outreach program.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jan Barber, and I represent finance.
Good morning. My name is Michael Amador, and I represent the anti-graffiti program, maintaining the city cleanliness.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Roberto Diaz. I represent the Customer Service Department.
Good morning. My name's Josh Fidamontes, and I'm with the Containers Division.
And again, thank you, Mayor, Representative, for all this recognition. As you can see, each person here represents one small portion of our department. But thank you.
Yeah. Representative Rocha.
I just want to say that more importantly than anything, you all are the face of the city. When people come and they see you out working and they see you at the Citizen Collection Station or the landfill or taking care of our medians or everything that you're doing with removing graffiti, it's just everything that you all do. You all represent a lot of pride for me, for helping to keep the city so beautiful. And I see that a lot, and I know we're going through a tough time right now with weeds. I get it. But other than that, I mean, honestly, it is thanks to you and all of your teams that help to keep El Paso so beautiful. So thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to echo what my colleague here has said. I'm extremely grateful for all the work that you all do, and also for partnering up with our offices to do community cleanups. I know the proclamation is ESD and the Community Day, and you guys showed up and delivered, and we're extremely grateful for all the work that you all do every day for our community. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, this department also has a success story. So, Jesus, where did you start when you started working at Environmental Services?
Oh, man. Don't make me all choke up.
No, don't choke up.
I started as a laborer I've been with the department 23 years.
Wow.
So I started as a temp through a temp agency, and then got my CDL license through the department. I have promoted 7 times within the department, but I started in the back of the truck when there was no blue or gray containers. Everything in the back of the truck. That's how I started, and promoted within. But yeah, fortunately now I'm the assistant director and proud to be part of this team here.
I am very, very proud of what you have done because you have inspired others to do the same. Truly, this is an incredible department thanks to your leadership and Nick. You guys are the frontline people out there, and it comes de corazón from you. Thank you very much, Jesus.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one last thing. You all are just an example, a small example of this entire big community we have with city employees. But I'm so proud to be here in front of you, with you, and just acknowledging your daily work. And thank you very, very much. You make our jobs so much easier. And Mayor, I can't let Gael leave without telling him he's a constituent in my district, so I need to take him a T-shirt.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you all.
Sir, thank you.
Yeah, Jesus and team and Nick and everyone that's there. And again, they've said everything, so there's not much left to say, but thank you. And I had the opportunity to go out with you guys early one morning, and I can't tell you the amount of work that your team puts in. It's incredible. And if anyone ever wants to see how hard these individuals work for your city of El Paso, volunteer, go out there with them one morning, and you'll see how hard they're working. But thank you for keeping our city clean. Thank you for all that you do for all El Pasoans. I mean, so on behalf of the city of El Paso, we want to say thank you guys for all that you're doing. And Gael stole the show already today. He was blowing kisses, and he was working the crowd. So it's no wonder why he's famous and everything. So, and he knows he is, which is good. But Jesus, thank you to the entire team, and congratulations.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
Come on, take your thing. Come on.
Okay, Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. Mayor Johnson is present and presiding in council chambers along with Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Representative Acevedo, Representative Maldonado Rocha, Representative Boya Trejo, Representative Nino, Representative Limon, and Representative Canales. It is 10:13 a.m. Will everyone please silence their electronic devices so as not to disturb the meeting and rise for the invocation? And this morning it is delivered by El Paso Police Chaplain Joe Murata.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
If you would like to receive the invocation this morning, let us bow our heads and call on our Creator and Maker for guidance and assistance today. Lord God, we take the time this morning before conducting the business of the city of El Paso to ask for your guidance in all of this day's proceedings. Let your blessings be upon the work that is done in these chambers. We thank you for these men and women who have taken upon themselves to serve the people of El Paso as elected officials. Help each of them to find solutions to difficult problems, to ensure that all voices are heard and respected, and to make the most of limited resources. God grant them all wisdom and insight to be able to bring about amicable resolutions, to be able to see the heart of the issues and to understand the true needs of the people in this hour. Let our community be a community of love and respectful relationships, as has been demonstrated this morning between Mando and Gael. Thank you for your guidance, assistance, and mercies upon all of us. Let your blessings be upon the city of El Paso and its residents and our surrounding region. As always, bless and protect our first responders and their loved ones. In your mighty name we ask. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain.
Okay, Ms. Bryan, call to public comment.
Yes, sir. For the record, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro joined the meeting at 10:14 a.m. That brings us to public comment on agenda items. This morning we did receive a few signups. However, they prefer to speak at the time the items are heard, so that'll bring us to call to the public.
Okay.
And the El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving all of the citizens, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The City Council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of City Council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the City Council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. However, Council may propose that a topic brought forth be posted on a future agenda. This morning, we have 11 citizens that signed up to speak. The first person is Frank Leal. Mr. Leal's topic is Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He will be followed by Elizabeth Crawford. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, representatives. My name is Frank Leal, and for months now, we have seen this administration wreak havoc across major cities targeting diverse populations. Their activity escalates every day. We've seen disturbing reports of ICE detaining people, sometimes without due process, sometimes using excessive force, and creating fear. It would be naive to assume that this administration will not eventually target El Paso in the same way. We are the ultimate example of what this administration fears. That's tolerance, that's multiculturalism, and community despite borders. We cannot be complacent in this victimization and abuse of power upon our own people. Already there are reports of inhumane and barbaric treatment within what could only be described as concentration camps. Regardless of the immigration status debate, if targeted, El Pasoans will be disproportionately affected. Our Mexican American population is 81% of the city. Will our children have to carry documentation to go to school? Will our elderly be apprehended simply for speaking Spanish in public? Will our local businesses suffer because people are scared to leave their homes? Our Constitution guarantees due process, protection from unreasonable seizure, yet when federal agencies operate in ways that disregard this, we have the right to fight responsibly and act. Cities like Chicago, Denver, Boston, and the entire state of California have passed ordinances such as requiring judicial warrants, blocking the use of city property for immigration enforcement, and demanding transparency about who is being detained and why, as well as banning the use of face coverings by ICE agents. We have the opportunity here to be preemptive. I implore our local government to take a similar action. My question today is, what protections exist here in El Paso? What is in place to ensure that members of our community are safe from unlawful detention? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elizabeth Crawford. Ms. Crawford's topic is abortion, freedom, or captivity. Good morning, Ms. Crawford. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. Many El Pasoans have been standing outside the Planned Parenthood these 40 days, as well as getting involved in a protest against the building of a massive abortion site in Las Cruces. A group of El Pasoans have been tirelessly speaking up. Abortion, is it freedom or is it captivity? We are commanded in Proverbs 24, if you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is small. If you forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death, and those that are ready to be slain. If you say, behold, we knew it not. Does not he that ponders the heart consider it? And he that keeps your soul, does not he know it? And shall not he render to every man according to his works? I've had some time recently in New Jersey, and I had the enormous privilege of meeting Idan Alexander, the then 19, now 21-year-old who was held by Hamas for over 1.5 years, an Israeli American. I was thrilled to meet him after months and months of praying for him, the kid who was the hostage, as we called him. I got to hug him and tell him that we had been praying, and so thankful that he's still alive. A big part of that ceremony was a legislator from New Jersey who has been absolutely relentless in trying to shut down pro-life efforts in the state of New Jersey. This legislator, also of Jewish ethnicity, had me in shock as he started quoting Bible verses of that ceremony from the Tanakh passage of what we would call Genesis in our Bible, the account of Joseph. I was very surprised. I had assumed he was atheist or agnostic, so I wrote to him to say, I just don't understand. If Joseph really lived, and he did, so did Moses. God spared Moses from infanticide. So did King David. David wrote about God forming him in the womb and praised God. How wonderful are your works. So did Jeremiah. God spoke to Jeremiah, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And before you came forth, I sanctified you. The sad irony is that here we were in Tenafly, New Jersey, celebrating the release of Idan from Hamas. And one town over, Englewood, is the abortion mill. This is one of the largest on the East Coast. Infants captive in the womb, unable to escape their brutal demise at the hands of those that call themselves doctors. Abortion, is it freedom or captivity? If you're the baby, it's captivity to destruction. Proverbs 24, if you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is small. If you forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death, and those that are ready to be slain. If you say, behold, we knew it not, does not he that ponders the heart consider it? And he that keeps your soul, does not he know it? And shall not he render to every man according to his works? Words from the Holy Bible, Proverbs 24. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Claudia Contreras Siller. Ms. Siller's topic is war against animal cruelty. Good morning, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I appreciate you all very much. So, animal cruelty, it's something that everybody needs to take part of, like to report. Everybody can be the eyes and the voice for the voiceless. So, some people go to animal services and get dogs for dog fights. They just have to present an ID and the dog is theirs. They go pick up the dogs, use them for bait. So something very bad happened to me. The worst thing that a cat lady can go through. My black cat was just stolen from my cat colony. And I'm very worried, what are they gonna do? The person that I think did it, it's banned from animal services. I saw her 2 times go with a lot of carriers and go to the cats that were for adoption, and she picked up 7 cats one time and 7 cats another time. I don't know what she's doing to the cats, and I'm very scared on what is she doing to my cat. She was there the other Sunday. Monday, the cat was missing. I already reported with Animal Services, with Animal Cruelty Unit. I am very thankful for the Animal Cruelty Unit, and I hope my cat is alive. He is a friendly black cat, and this person was there one day, my cat was gone the next day, and I really want higher forces to help the Animal Cruelty Unit to go to the bottom of this on what is she doing to the cats and why is she banned from getting more animals. I want to thank you all for giving more money to the police department, and the Animal Cruelty Unit needs a secretary. It needs to become bigger, and there's a lot of stuff going on. I was after this case for a week, and they're very loaded with work. Also, I know that you guys are taking into consideration what the community has to say about the new director. I see that you guys are looking for a business degree. Please remove that, because we do have people that are very qualified to take over the director position. There are creative people, and I don't know if he wants to be a director, but I think Sergeant Serna is perfect for the position. He's very creative, and he was posted in FitFam for being inside of a hot car to demonstrate how hot it gets. So I would pick someone from the Animal Cruelty Unit to be the director, so the people that are going to get those dogs for dog fights and the cats for bait or witchcraft can know a police officer is in charge. And please take into consideration, and for the cat people, please speak up. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Brenda Carvajal. Brenda Carvajal. I don't see her coming forward. The next speaker is Ron Como. Mr. Como's topic is exercising his constitutional rights to the Rescue 1983 Animal Services. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, we finally have an opening. Now the question is, what are we going to do about it? I have issues with some of the people that are being put in place to qualify our next director. We've got a group that has done nothing but been cheerleaders for our previous one. And being a part of that group for a while, I can tell you, and you can look, there's been nothing done. There's been no attempt to protect the community. There's been no attempt to protect their pets or the strays of El Paso. I would strongly suggest that this group gets taken out of the mix as far as trying to figure out who our next director should be. I'm happy to see that you're talking to the community. I hope that, even though I'm not appreciated that much, I would be included in that group, because I think I've been at it for a while. One of the things that we need to discuss is rules, regulations, policies, procedures, and dog attacks. Let's discuss dog attacks for a second. Ms. Limon, how many critical dog attacks have you seen, heard of since you've been back? And how many did you see prior, when you were in before? Yeah, you got to think about it, right? Yeah. Didn't have to think about the first question, though, right? We have a problem. The problem is we don't follow rules and regulations. I sent you all the procedures to change the policy on how the shelter runs, the sheltering plan. That has not been done since the no-kill plan in 2015. I strongly suggest that we stop screwing around and put it back in place so we can get back to doing business, and we can start protecting the community, their pets, and the strays. When you stop and consider that, as far as policy and procedures, the committee I was talking about is supposed to follow Robert's rules, but I was told at a meeting with the mayor, kind of. Okay? Policies and procedures here. We discussed the one about the changing plans. That was not done. So again, we didn't follow it. We don't follow Title VII. We don't follow state of Texas laws. When it comes to El Paso Animal Services, we do not follow anything but what it takes to protect certain people. Enough, folks. Let's get back to protecting our community. We need to get this one-person plan of handling it out, and the people that we voted in to represent us actually representing us on this problem. That's you all. We elected you to do this. It's time.
The next
Thank
speaker
you.
is Nasli Pamela de la Hoya. Her topic is economic development, animal services, and community unity. Good morning, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I want to talk about primarily community unity and the things that El Pasoans can unite around. It's my hope that by mentioning these things, we can continue to unite around things that matter to the vast majority of us, or really to all of us. So for the most part, I think that we tend to get along as people, as El Pasoans, wherever we are on the rainbow of the political ideology, wherever we come from. So that's something that I'm very proud of. But with regard to economic development, I just want to talk about encouraging people here in El Paso who have entrepreneurial ideas, who want to launch startup companies, to go ahead and launch the businesses here. Maybe there's something that we can do to advocate for local wealthy individuals to invest in these businesses, whether it's through the universities or the high schools, or even people that are older that are thinking of launching their business. And then also, we don't have that many co-working spaces anymore, it seems. So if we could somehow encourage people to build more, that would be great. But with regard to animal services, I would like for there to be more events so that people can interact with dogs and cats, and continue to help socializing animals, and also to continue to create awareness of the importance of adopting versus going through breeders. And for us to market El Paso as a pet-friendly city, I think that a lot of people can agree on the importance of pets and how much of a difference they make for individuals. And it would be wonderful for us to say, hey, like people in Austin, you know, Mr. Mayor, when you go visit Austin, when you go visit all these other places, like El Paso is a pet-friendly city. We just invested, you know, this much more in animal services, and that's important to our community. And, you know, just talking about how we have a very diverse population and we are a border community, but all of these things unite us, and it's important for us to continue to work on things that we agree on versus things that are divisive. And that's actually all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Wanda Helgeson. Ms. Helgeson's topic is the ground lease at the El Paso International Airport. She will be followed by Patricia Osmond. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Wanda Helgeson, and I'm the executive director of Border RAC. We're a nonprofit organization that serves to coordinate emergency healthcare and disaster preparedness amongst our healthcare providers. While we're daily behind the scenes, I feel certain that the hospitals and the EMS agencies would attest to our contributions in the regional coordination of time-sensitive emergency healthcare events and our commitment to the community, the emergency healthcare system, and disaster preparedness. In August of 2012, the council approved a sublease at the airport of a hangar owned by TJW Aviation. It was noted for the storage of hospital and emergency medical supplies, along with disaster response equipment assets that could assist the airport in the event of a catastrophic incident such as a plane crash. In July of 2023, we were notified of a need to demonstrate an aeronautical use of the hangar. We submitted a plan to the city that reflected guidance provided by the airport. After 6 months with no response, we received a notice of default. We resubmitted the plan and waited an additional 8 months with no response, no return phone calls, emails, or even communication regarding certified letters. It seems our attempt to cure the default was ignored, almost as if a predetermined outcome was sought. The termination of the ground lease came to council on June 24th consent agenda, and we were notified of the termination July 9th. The city received an FAA determination letter August 7th. We remained unclear as to the exact question posed to the FAA, as a later conversation confirmed areas of our earlier intent were not conveyed to them. An eviction notice was filed September 24th. We received that notice October 1st. We appeared before the JP judge on October 9th. The judge denied the eviction, indicating that the city's termination of the lease was improper. We remain committed to working with the city to resolve any issues and move forward with what has always been a very collegial working relationship. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Patricia Osmond. I don't see Ms. Osmond in chambers or in the queue. We'll move on to Ian Valdez.
Hello?
Oh, Ms. Osmond? Hello, Ms. Osmond, are you in the queue? Ms. Osmond?
Hello? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Ms. Osmond's topic is transparency, rights of citizens, and undue influence and ethics violations, municipal code violations allowed by city-paid people. Go ahead, Ms. Osmond, you have 3 minutes.
Really quick, I do want to verify, since there was an issue right there, that all of my sign up today is by phone.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure City Clerk's office should have that corrected. Thank you. The reason that I am I'm bringing this up during call to the public is because I doubt it will ever come in front of City Council. But a brief history is Article 2 of the Ethics Code, City Council, whether it be commissions, council members, officers, or people on a commission. Once you are placed on a commission by the documentation that you sign, you cannot speak adversely against the city. That is just the paperwork people sign. And people have been silenced by being on those commissions and committees. But I bring that up because we have a system at the city government of putting even more red tape in front of regular citizens of El Paso, stripping our rights away by being able to hold our leadership in departments and our taxes held to account. In the fact that if your area has a neighborhood association, city representatives, city departments will say to anybody who calls in that they have to contact your neighborhood association, basically stripping away the rights of that citizen, even if they are not a member of a neighborhood association. Now, with that history, there is this particular neighborhood association president who happens to be getting favors, committing a violation, a muni code violation that has been brought up for a couple of years now, still nothing done. Brought up to code compliance director, still nothing done. I called 311. They said it was a PD issue, reported it to PD. They tell me, because the officer showed up yesterday, that is not a PD issue. So there's also an issue with 311. But the fact that this neighborhood association president is getting special favor, nothing is being done after even verifying that there is no way within city that they could even receive a permit for putting planters on the roadway, causing a hazard. That is special favor for why? So that they don't inform their residents of everything that
Thank you,
goes
Ms.
on within
Osmond.
the city because
Thank you, ma'am. You have reached the 3 minutes. The next speaker is Ian Valdez. Mr. Valdez's topic is Climate Action Plan. He will be followed by Arnulfo Hernandez. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council, and city managers. My name is Ian Valdez, and I'm a fellow with the Chihuahuan Desert Climate Collaborative. So we've been working on the region's first ever climate action plan for the last few months, and I am here in my personal capacity to speak on why you should support the CAP. So over the weekend, I spoke with a few young ladies from the Downtown Deck Plaza Foundation. We talked about how similar both of our respective advocacy efforts are. We both table at events asking El Pasoans to subscribe to our newsletters and to sign letters of support. We both receive mostly positive but sometimes negative feedback from the community. We even talked about potentially having a space in the deck park full of native trees and plants. And while we both know that our respective projects are ambitious and have the potential to change El Paso for the better, they will require substantial investment to implement. And I'm not here to advocate for their project. They got their own people to do that, so I'm here to talk about the one that I'm part of. I've been involved in climate advocacy for years now, from direct lobbying of elected officials to leading green efforts at UTEP and founding organizations, and now this climate fellowship. I am proud of the work I have done because I believe each and every one of us has a moral obligation to give the next generation a fair start. A fair start to afford a quality education, to buy a home, a fair start with less debt, less inflation, and yes, a cleaner, healthier planet. Whether it's floods in Central Texas or extreme heat waves here in El Paso, the effects of climate change have proven to be deadly and are felt by everyone, regardless of race, age, religion, ethnicity, or political ideology. Shouldn't we all work together then to find solutions to the problem? As the fellowship enters its final stages, we have had discussions on how the CAP will be funded. Like many projects, the goal is to secure external funding in the shape of federal grants, state grants, and generous philanthropists to offset any burden on local taxpayers. And I want to be abundantly clear. I personally believe that this council should be as fiscally responsible as possible and always look for opportunities to lower taxes and not raise them. In an ideal world, we would have a deck plaza and animal shelters and new hospitals and renovated buildings and parks, but the reality is that we cannot afford to do all that. So as our city representatives, I rhetorically ask you, why did you become a public servant? Is it not to help people and improve their lives through decision making? As you grapple with how to prioritize the CAP and other initiatives that come before you, I'll leave you with a quote from utilitarian philosopher Jeremy Bentham that says, quote, "The greatest happiness for the greatest number is the foundation of morals and legislation." Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Arnulfo Hernandez. I don't believe he's in chambers. We'll move on to Luis Ruiz. Luis Ruiz. If you're in the queue, star 6. Luis Ruiz, if you're in the queue, star 6. Good morning. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Ruiz's topic is No Kings Protest this weekend. Go ahead, Mr. Ruiz. We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak today. So there is a No Kings protest this weekend in El Paso with thousands taking place around the country. The potential for violence is incredibly high, given the boiling hot tensions after the public assassination of Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson, the man who the FBI took into custody for the crime of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, was radicalized by the same rhetoric espoused by No Kings and broader Antifa-aligned groups, as well as local elected officials past and present. Over the past 2 weeks, there has been an uptick in activity in both Portland and Chicago, as elements of the radical right are working to escalate tensions with the radical left, who is incapable of helping themselves, took the bait, and even stabbed one right-wing instigator. Overall, there was 28 arrests in both cities over this past week. Online, there is chatter of right-wing and undercover ICE playing the role of Antifa agitator, but I do not believe this to be the case, as right-wing agitation will be overt, not covert. It is my informed analysis, having tracked Antifa in El Paso and around the country for 6 years now. I can tell you that they are getting more and more desperate, as evidenced by attacks on ICE facilities in Chicago and here in Texas. If history has taught me something, it's that people on the left will pretend to be right-wing in order to radicalize people and push them to violence. It was just 6 years ago that a man named Thomas Bartram pretended to be a right-wing terrorist here in El Paso, collaborating with local immigrant shelter Casa Carmelita on a hoax to cause fear. Earlier this year, Bartram was shot after having an armed confrontation with police. Socialist Democrats, Indivisible 915, and Casa Carmelita are all groups that are linked to Antifa, operating in El Paso, headed by Beto O'Rourke, former Congressperson Beto O'Rourke and Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, please issue a statement encouraging people to protest non-violently, but to be aware that there is heightened risk associated with protesting with Antifa-aligned groups. Please make the public aware of the tactics used by Antifa-linked groups as they have already been used in El Paso to make a staging ground. However, that plan was thwarted. I have personally witnessed these groups put thousands of lives at risk in Los Angeles during the No Kings protest and the lead-up, where scores of Antifa-linked agitators worked tirelessly to create civil war conditions. Once again, they failed, but this time they are more determined than ever. I have already informed ICE and DHS and FBI.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz.
these
Thank you,
links-
sir. You've reached the 3-minute limit. Council, that concludes call to the public.
Okay, Ms. Bryan, let's move to the consent agenda.
Yes, sir. Council, just a reminder, per the rules of order, no use of personal cellular devices should take place on the dais while the meeting is in session. Once you obtain the floor from the mayor, you will have up to 10 minutes to debate each motion and may speak twice per item. Please speak into the microphone and refrain from side conversations at the dais while the meeting is in session. For those of you joining us virtually, please mute your microphones to reduce any background noise. And the YouTube live streaming has been restored. That brings us to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Prine. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the following revisions. Page 4, item 9, move to the regular agenda per Mayor Pro Tem Alejandra Chavez. Page 5, item 11, revised per City Clerk's office.
And that revision is to note that Ms. Barron's appointment is an initial appointment and not a reappointment.
Yes. And page 11, item 34, take to the item at 11 a.m. per Mayor Johnson.
Second.
Page 11, item 34, take the item at 11 a.m. per Mayor Johnson.
All right, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with a second? All right, Ms. Bryan, call for the vote, please.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro to approve the consent agenda as revised. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Nino? Thank you. And the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. We now turn to page number 6, and this is for items 15 and 16, the introduction of ordinances.
Mayor, make a motion that we move on the introduction of the first reading of these ordinances.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
And Ms. Bryan, I understand we have comment on item 15?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
We have Ms. Osman that signed up to speak on item 15. This is the introduction of an ordinance changing the zoning south of Artcraft. Go ahead, Ms. Osman, you have 3 minutes.
The reason I signed up to speak to this is in the backup material. I want to point out for not only City Council but all citizens of El Paso that there's a line in there in regards to stakeholders. And it shows that neighborhood association was notified. Everybody needs to be aware of the scam that is going on in regards to using neighborhood associations. Whereas the city sends out one letter to meet their, we notify the community, one letter to the neighborhood association president, and that is all that is used. If that neighborhood association president does not notify the residents within their area, does nothing, doesn't even open up that letter, then nobody is really notified. That agenda item just gets rubber stamped. And this agenda item is showing that that is a huge issue. And it's something that needs to be rescinded from city policy on one letter to neighborhood association. Citizens, all citizens need to be notified. Not meeting a requirement by sending out one letter to an association neighborhood president to meet that qualification. This agenda item and any agenda item that is on for vote is highly suspect because the city is using that practice to push it through and get it rubber stamped so that you can say there was no opposition. Community was notified. When in fact, only one letter was sent out to the neighborhood association president in that area. That is an appalling practice and it's stripping away the rights of everyday taxpayers in our community to be properly notified by using neighborhood association in that manner. Anyway, I think any of the agenda items that are brought up with that stakeholder notice to associations should be invalidated. Thank you for that. That's all that I have to say on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Prime, call for the vote, please.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Limon, seconded by Representative Maldonado Rocha to approve the first reading of ordinances. On that motion, call for the vote. And the voting session. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, Ms. Prime, I think we're going to take agenda item number 9. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Item number 9 was moved to the
Yep.
regular agenda. And this is a resolution that the city manager be authorized to sign an agreement for professional services between the city of El Paso and WSP USA Inc., a New York, USA foreign for-profit incorporation authorized transact business in Texas for a project known as Architect and Engineering Services for the Sunland Park Shared Use Path Project in an amount not to exceed $799,621.05.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, super happy to see this one here, Joaquin. I think, again, not to overly pat myself on the back, I came up with the idea for this one years ago. 2018 maybe was the first time it was brought up, and it was the first time I was working as a staffer and was attending MPO meetings, and it was my first experience of a call for projects. And I did very little of the work. I had the early idea, and staff packaged a really excellent submission for this. And years later, got their hard work paid off through an award of the funds for this project. And so I'm super happy to see it. It's one of the only things that I can trace way back to before my time on the council that I pitched something and am seeing it come to fruition. So thank you all for the hard work on it. Really happy to see this. And again, there's a whole network of walking and bike paths, shared use paths that we hope to tie this into further up Shadow Mountain and some other projects that we're packaging for submission at the moment, right? So really happy. Thank you. And hope I have council's support today.
Okay. There's a presentation if council wants to see it.
Sure.
Please.
IT, can you bring up the presentation for item 9, please? Thank you. Next slide. So item 9 is award of the professional services contract to WSP for the Sunland Park Drive shared use path. This extends from Mesa to Cadiz in District 8. The total amount of the contract, $799,621.05. This is a federally funded project. The funding comes from the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Off-System funds. Next slide. The scope of work is essentially a shared use path from Mesa to Cadiz that would be built partially above an existing stormwater drain that follows that same alignment. More details on the scope of work would involve project management, surveying, everything that you see listed there, but essentially a full turnkey design from concept to construction drawings ready to bid for these funds, which are programmed to let in FY27. Next slide, please. This is a map of the project location. You see here it'll run adjacent to the southbound lanes of Sunland Park from Mesa to Cadiz. Next slide. Here are some images of the existing conditions. You can see even to the casual observer, it's pretty obvious that there's going to have to be some pretty intense stormwater redesign and coordination with that stormwater structure enabled in order to install this shared use path. There's very little sidewalk and very little space to install any sort of meaningful path in that area. Next slide. This is some more existing conditions. Again, you see the stormwater channel there and the residences nearby and the intersection there of Cadiz and the termination of the project. We'll also be including some intersection improvements so that folks using the path can safely get across to the park that's in that area as well. Next slide, please. So, quick summary, 8 firms submitted bids, all with local offices here in El Paso. WSP USA Incorporated was ranked as the highest qualified firm. We are recommending award to WSP in the amount of $799,621.05. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joaquin, for the presentation. I know you briefed me in my office. I did have a chance to review the backup. I know there's a lot of backup. There's like about 93 pages of it. So I do have some questions in addition to what we talked about in my office. And I do agree with Representative Canales that this area, excuse me, needs improvement. My district is right next to it, so I travel this street frequently. The backup actually says that the loan is from TxDOT, and right now you said it's a federal loan. Is the backup not correct?
So the loans that we're getting are for our local match requirements. That's where the required match for the project will come from. Right now, the federal funding identified for this project is about $5.5 million. So the remainder of that would come from the loan from the TxDOT State Infrastructure Bank.
So it's coming from TxDOT or federal?
The federal funds come from the Federal Highway Administration, and then our local match will come from a loan that we receive from the State Infrastructure Bank.
Okay. There is, the award says in the backup that it's $799,000 with the change that you just mentioned. But there is some contingency, there's some additional funds being allocated, $100,000. Where did those come from?
So that's typical of our awards for professional services. We include an additional $50,000 for reimbursables and additional capacity for $50,000 for additional services. That's not necessarily part of the scope of work. It's not guaranteed to the consultants. It's to give us some wiggle room to not have to come back to council to increase the award. The city engineer has the authority then to add additional geotechnical services, additional design services, additional surveying, if we see the need for that throughout the course of the design of the project.
And so that money would come from where? From what fund?
That'll also come from the SIB loan.
Okay.
Yes,
and
from our local responsibility for the project.
So is it typical for it to be like a lump sum like that, or should it be like a percentage of the product? Because I think items 7, 8, and 9 all have that same allocation, 100,000, but they're not all the same amount of dollars in terms of the project itself. So is it typical to just put like a lump sum amount next to it versus a percentage of the project?
It is typical. We usually do the 50 additional reimbursables and 50 additional services.
Okay, so that's just the way it's always done for
Yes, ma'am.
professional services?
Yes, ma'am.
Or for these types of loans?
For professional services. The loan is completely separate to this. Council approved staff to apply for the loans back in April, I believe. We're in the process of submitting those applications, and then if the loan is approved, we'll come back with a separate resolution to execute the loan
And the
agreement.
reason I ask is because it's about 12.5% of the loan amount, so it seems a little bit high. We usually do like a 10%, up to a 10% change order, so that's the percentage looked a little high to me in terms of the dollar amount for the actual project. I'd like to talk a little bit about the firm WSP. How many firms submitted? I think the backup said 9. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And how many are local that submitted?
All firms who submitted do have a local office here in El Paso, including WSP.
And the reason why I asked that is, do you know how many employees WSP has in El Paso?
In the local office, I'm not sure. We'd have to follow up with you on that.
Because on page 43 of the backup, there's $12,000, a little over that, allocated for travel for this project. Do you know why they need over $12,000 of travel funds?
Typically, we see consultants traveling in because this project includes different disciplines, not just roadway design, but civil engineering and the NEPA process. We typically see consultants bringing in a lot of their out-of-town team for those specialty services, like the stormwater design and the NEPA public hearing. That's a requirement of the federal process.
Yeah, and I want to point out, because I think it's something that I've affirmed in many council meetings about supporting local businesses, and the fact that, you know, when we do support local businesses, the money stays in our community. And to me, this sounds like, you know, someone could have a local office, maybe with 1 or 2 people here, but they don't really reside in our community, so they're not really a fabric of El Paso. I don't know the team at WSP, but I'm assuming that they're going to be contracting people from other cities, and so basically our dollars go to other places. You know, that money gets reinvested in other cities and not El Paso. And that's just something that I would like to point out, that there is over $12,000, including $5,300 in airfare, I'm assuming, for people that they will need to bring in to do this work specifically here. The RFQ was put in February, is that right? Was advertised in February?
I believe so.
And we're awarding it now in October. Is that typical, this 8-month span between advertising a project and awarding it?
It is typical. We spend a lot of time, especially on more complex projects, coordinating and working on the fee with the consultants. The TxDOT process also adds time to that, because TxDOT has to review our solicitations when they go out, and review as we develop the scope of work as well.
You said to the casual observer right now, there was going to be a lot of improvements to the stormwater drainage. Was that in the scope of work as well? Like specifically, everything that they were going to have to do?
The second bullet point on the RFQ did state that we wanted that the scope of work would include stormwater improvements. We try to not be too specific on what we feel internally the solution is. At the end of the day, we're hiring a consultant that we expect to help us develop that solution.
Okay, so basically, from what I just understood, sometimes what you present in an RFQ for scope of work has interpretations that should be done by the consultant, not necessarily conveyed directly from the city to as part of the bidding process?
So one of the evaluation criteria is we expect the consultants to put into their SOQ their understanding of the project and the challenges and the issues and how they will address them.
Okay.
So we put out what the scope of work needs to do. At the end of the day, we want someone who can design a shared use path from Mesa to Cadiz, right? We have an expectation that the consultants will do some investigation, do some field work, look at aerial drawings, and come up with what they think the solutions should be and how they're going to address all the issues that would be involved in developing that solution.
Okay. I'm just wondering if the scope of work is not precise, Joaquin, and this is, you know, a question I think that the community would like to know as well. If the scope of work is not precise and there's room for interpretations, and we don't have a budget, because I don't think a budget is part of the RFQ, is it? You don't have like a budget that you post on that you're trying for people to stay within a reasonable?
We don't typically post that in the RFQ, because then we get consultants who develop an expectation of what their fee should be based solely on that and not based on the actual level of effort required for the design.
And I'm just providing feedback. I think if the scope of work is not precise and there's room for interpretations in it, and there's no budget that's also tied to a certain bid, then it's difficult for people to, I guess it's not a legal level playing field, because people might say, I want to add this to the project, I want to add that, I'm leaving it to this interpretation, I'm going to do this, and then maybe in the process, someone goes way over budget or way under budget. I don't know, it just seems like...
I think an important thing to really note here, with professional services, we're issuing a request for qualifications, not a request for proposals. So we are legally required to evaluate consulting firms based on their qualifications. Are they qualified to answer the engineering questions that we need them to answer? We're not requesting proposals. We're not asking them to come up with a design with their statement of qualifications, right? We want them to be able to identify what that solution might entail and what they need to do to get to that solution. But we're not asking for that solution at that time.
And I understand that, but like on page 56 of this item, you know, there's a big design here in place, and there's others, right, that are part of this backup. So I'm just looking at it and thinking, I mean, obviously they went into great detail about it, and it looks like it's going to be a good project. Like I mentioned earlier, I do think this project is very much needed in the community, and I think it's going to add a lot of value to the residents that live in that area, especially those that are trying to get to the park. I think it's a great project. I'm just wondering the process that it took to get here. So I know that you are doing based on qualifications, but they also added a lot of details to the project itself that probably at the end of the day added a lot of value when the raters were looking at it. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. At the end of the day, the second criteria from our RFQ is the proposer's project understanding, coordination required, site observations and evaluation, expected conflicts, and approach to address these issues. And that's worth 30% or 30 points on their evaluation. So ultimately, it's up to the proposers, the consulting firms, to present, their statement of qualifications in a way that's going to get them the highest points on that.
Okay. But what I did learn today is that there's always room for interpretation, right? Because the city is not necessarily giving them the specific scope of work.
We're not going to feed them what we think the solution should be. At the end of the day, it's up to them to come up with that.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Joaquin. I appreciate your time.
Representative Rocha?
Thank you, Mayor. Joaquin, and thank you so much. I have a couple of questions. Originally, when this, and first, before I do that, let me preface it by saying I know that the community needs this. I know that Rep. Canales has been fighting for this for a long time. I have no doubt, and I have nothing to say about the actual project itself. It's about the proposal and the way the contract was awarded. That's the question. Those are the questions that I have. So, in regards to the proposal went out as a simple sidewalk project, shared use path. My understanding is that a few of the firms said it did not include storm drainage work. They found out it had storm drainage work during the scope of work when it was awarded and the backup was uploaded on Thursday. So can you tell me, Joaquin, if it included that storm drainage work? And the reason I say that is because when the proposers put their bids in, or their proposals in, my understanding is that they did not include it because of the fact that it did not include storm drainage work in the original proposal.
So on page 3 of the RFQ that was advertised, the key project objectives, selected consultant is expected to achieve design services for the following project scope. Bullet point number 1, shared use path running along Sunland Park Drive from Cadiz to Mesa Street. Bullet point number 2, stormwater improvements.
Okay, so that was included in the proposal?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, so thank you for that. The second thing, also, this should include, does WSP have a project manager in El Paso?
My understanding is they do have project management staff in El Paso.
So, I have some trouble when you say that we've included travel in the actual award. If this was awarded to a local company, and it's a simple, from what I'm understanding based off of the conversation, a simple storm drain and shared use path project, where would the travel requirements or that allocation come into play?
Typically, we see travel from the part of the consulting team that has to come in for the NEPA public hearing. All of our projects require a public hearing under the National Environmental Protection Act. That's typically when we see the out-of-town team come in, because, quite frankly, that talent doesn't really exist in El Paso. Even our larger local firms are using teams from out of town to provide those services.
Okay, perfect.
I don't. To be clear, travel is reimbursed on a cost basis. So whatever the actual cost of travel is, that's what we reimburse. We don't just give them a blank check for travel. So if at the end of the day they don't end up bringing anyone in, or we don't end up having to have that public hearing because of things like a categorical exclusion, we wouldn't have to spend that travel money.
And it's not necessarily that you're giving them a blank check. There's allocations on the backup, so I'm aware of that. But it's not just airfare; it's meals, it's everything else that's included in that. And my question would be, why isn't the company paying for that? And why does the city of El Paso have to have it included as part of the award? Would you happen to know that?
It's typical of our
Is that
consulting
standard?
contracts. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, is that standard policy, or is that standard to exclusively just to the city of El Paso? Is that standard across all municipalities? Because
I wouldn't have an answer to that. We'd have to get
Okay.
with purchasing to see if that's typical of other municipalities. But I know it's something that we've done typically.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Joaquin. I appreciate it.
Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. Comment on mostly unrelated to the contract. I didn't mention earlier, actually, that the genesis of this is that there is no sidewalk along that entire stretch, along what is El Paso's #1 most traveled arterial street. And so initially, I think it was you, Joaquin, who I was working with. I found the original emails back from early 2020, actually, later than I thought. But we first discussed the possibility of using the ADA on-demand program to fill this as a sidewalk gap. And obviously, given the stormwater needs and the fact that it has to coexist with the existing stormwater canal, it became a much bigger project. Obviously exceeded the budget of what was available for the ADA on-demand. It was a much larger project, and so it ended up getting packaged into this. But it is a very, very obvious and large gap in our sidewalk network there, and it's connecting two very highly trafficked commercial corridors. And so again, very important, I think, that the project is able to proceed. We're receiving federal funding, and we have some timelines that we have to follow as well. So in my review of this, it looks like a fairly standard professional services contract. I understand that some of the newer members of council haven't seen too many of these professional services contracts, but this is mostly standard. Again, I've worked as a consultant in related field here, and as far as I can tell, it is very standard for the hiring agency or entity to pay reimbursables for travel. I mean, that's like a pretty standard thing across consulting contracts, and so I'm very comfortable with it. I really hope to have the support again today. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Joaquin, just to reiterate real quick, stormwater improvements is different than covering a channel, is it not?
No, ma'am. Stormwater improvements would cover all of that. It's a pretty general term for anything related to stormwater, any construction related to stormwater.
So it's like a blanket statement to say, do this design, whatever we need to do to the pipes, to the inlets, to whatever it is that's existing there, we're going to cover the channel that's also labeled as a shared use path, because that's the way it was presented, right, as a shared use path?
I read the scope of work to Representative Rocha. The second bullet point was stormwater improvements. In our understanding as folks who do this work, if you see stormwater improvements, you should understand that you're going to have to investigate what that's going to be, what that means for this project.
Okay, that clarifies it. Again, just to reiterate, supporting local is something important to me. I know that it can't always be done, and I'm not saying that it's not beneficial to our community to bring in people from other places. I don't want to be misunderstood, but I do believe that leaving our dollars within the city limits is important and beneficial to all of us at the end of the day as well. Thank you.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. And Joaquin, since a lot of this is stormwater, El Paso Water's engaged on this as well?
Yes, we've engaged El Paso Water. Improvements to this channel are included in their stormwater master plan. not currently funded. So we're going to be working with them to see if there's a way for them to contribute to the project. If not, we have worked with our folks at TxDOT to ensure that the stormwater improvements required for the channel would be covered with our federal funding.
Okay. Can you give me the funding again? Because I got a little confused. I know you said that we had a loan at the state level and then the other one was federal, but then the whole thing is like $700 something thousand. So what is the breakdown between the loan and then the actual grant?
So the total project right now we've secured, and this was approved by council recently in an advanced funding agreement with TxDOT, around $5.5 million in federal funds. Our required local share of that $5.5 million is about, I believe, $480,000. We're currently working with the MPO to try and allocate more money, more federal funds to this project, because our cost estimate right now is about $8.5 million for the entire project.
Okay.
What was approved by council in April for the SIB loan, I believe, was a $1.1 million loan to cover our local match responsibilities and our local contribution. So contribution is anything above and beyond the match. At that time, we expected that to be about 1.1 million. I think that's going to be higher, but you'll see that when we come back to actually execute that loan agreement.
Okay, that puts it a little bit more in perspective. I also think it's a great project, and I could see the heartburn that my colleagues are having with the per diems that are included, the travel and stuff like that. So I wanted to ask you, well, we've worked with WSP in the past, right?
I have not personally worked with them at the city in the past. They do a lot of work right now for the Metropolitan Planning Organization. We have worked with WSP's predecessors. So WSP didn't, come in to El Paso as a new company. They have purchased, I believe it's called Wood Environmental, a company that's existed in El Paso for many years under different names.
Okay, so it was an acquisition. And I'm looking at the WSP website, and I mean, it's a pretty big firm. And when I'm looking at Exhibit B, which is the fee schedule for this project, I think this makes sense for somebody that has an LLC that is a one-person, two-person show where they need this as part of the contract. But when you have such a big firm like this, I could understand the heartburn that comes with, okay, we're also going to do your per diem. Why doesn't the company do it on their own, and we don't have to include these $12,000 to go toward that?
So the fee proposal is what the company thinks it costs them to provide these services, right? We are not able to, we can negotiate the fee proposal, but we cannot select a consulting firm on the basis of cost. So we couldn't tell WSP, if you don't take out your per diem and travel, we're gonna go to another firm, and then if they don't take it out, then we go back to WSP. We can't do that. We can't legally do that, right? So they've provided what they feel is their cost of providing these services. We think they're fair and reasonable, and through the evaluation process, they're the highest qualified firm. So our recommendation to you all is to move forward with that. At the end of the day, it's up to council. If the travel and meals are a deal breaker for you, then you can all vote this down, and we'll go on to the next highest qualified firm and negotiate a new fee with them. Could be higher, could be lower. We don't know. We'd have to go through that process.
And so I guess from everything that you just said about this fee schedule, there's nothing that we can do to say, okay, yes, approve this, but then take out the fee schedule Exhibit B from this contract.
I don't think that could happen now because those negotiations are done. The contract is in front of you. If you're doing that, it's essentially you're rejecting the contract.
Okay, so it's all or nothing is what you're saying.
We could go back and see if they would remove it, but we'd have to they'd have to agree to it. We can't just unilaterally tell them, don't include that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rocha?
I just have one more question. So in regards to this, it sounds like it's more of a drainage focus project than a shared use path.
It's both. Essentially, within the existing right-of-way, there's not enough space to do our traditional shared use path, right, where we would just put a 5-foot buffer, 12-foot path, landscaping on both sides. Mm-hmm. That space doesn't exist. So we need a creative solution to be able to accommodate that space. The solution that we're most likely going to move forward with is covering the channel in its entirety. There were some other ideas thrown around about a cantilevered path that would sort of hover over the channel, but at the end of the day, in coordination with El Paso Water and just our understanding of the engineering principles behind this, covering the channel makes the most sense.
Okay, thank you, Joaquin. And then what is the total projected budget at this time for the full project?
Right now, the total projected budget is $8.5 million. That's all in design services, internal costs, both federal and local match.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Joaquin, just one quick question. How many bidders were there on this project?
I believe it was 9.
And did any of the other 8 or 9 protest this one, the award?
No, there was no protest.
There was no protest? Okay. All right, any further discussion on item number 9? All right, call for the vote, Ms. Bryan.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon, and this is to approve the resolution on item number 9. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes 7-1. Representative Maldonado Rocha voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The
Okay.
motion carries.
All right, thank you. Let's take item number 34, Ms. Bryan.
Yes, sir. We now turn to page 11. Item number 34 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement between the City of El Paso and the University of Texas at El Paso to include the City of El Paso as a co-applicant in the Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant awarded by the U.S. Economic Development Administration to jointly implement the award of scope of work and to jointly administer $10 million in federal funds.
Is there a motion?
Motion approved.
All right, Omar.
Good morning, Mayor,
morning.
Council. Omar Martinez with Strategic and Legislative Affairs. We also have with us members from UTEP staff. We have Dr. Itani, we have Dr. Meissner, and Dr. Lin, who are managing portions of this project. And I believe we also have Dr. Sherry Welsh via Teams. She is a UTEP Aerospace Director. And so, as Ms. Bryant stated, this action is staff is requesting council to approve a resolution authorizing this partnership between the city and UTEP. And I want to emphasize the term partnership. We will be managing all of these funds, all of the scope of work, and all of this program together.
You want to go through the presentation, Omar?
Up to you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Of course. So the Build Back Better Regional Challenge started in 2021, where a coalition of agencies, including UTEP, the city, the county, Workforce Solutions, Borderplex, the Rio Grande Council of Governments, and other, including private sector partners, got together and formed the West Texas Aerospace and Defense Manufacturing Coalition. From this coalition applied to the U.S. Economic Development Administration Build Back Better Regional Challenge. This region was one of 21 selected applicants out of a pool of 529 applications, and ultimately this region received $40 million to create a program and infrastructure for aerospace and defense manufacturing. And the intent was to create a space, that is the Advanced Manufacturing District, and programming for small and medium manufacturers that would help them enter the national supply chains and compete in this industry. Ultimately, the City of El Paso received $25 million to build the Advanced Manufacturing District. That is at the airport. It is 250 acres. And UTEP received $15 million for programming, supplier readiness, and technical assistance to help the manufacturers that would be able to qualify for this contract. Ultimately, this award is a joint award. The city and UTEP were both awarded. So I apologize. So as this program continued, this program started in 2023. UTEP and the City of El Paso have been working on this from the very beginning. And recently, UTEP and city staff reviewed the visibility of jointly managing $10 million in federal funds. This is from UTEP's portion of the grant. We connected with UTEP and asked them what this process would look like. And they gave us all the forms and exactly what we needed to make such a transaction happen. And the intent of this was to increase our partnership with UTEP to sustain the program beyond the grant period. The grant is expected to end in May of 2027. A little bit of history on agreements. The City Council in 2023 approved a match for UTEP's portion of this grant. It was $1,875,000. And the county in August 2023 ultimately also approved a match of $1,875,000 for UTEP's portion of the grant. Now, the partnership that city staff and UTEP are proposing is to jointly manage the $10 million out of the $15 million award. In this, we would jointly develop all of the progress reports and manage subcontracts associated with this program. So we would work on all documents together and submit them to EDA and essentially draft the technical services that we would need to provide to small and medium-sized manufacturers. Also, as part of this program, the city and UTEP would jointly work to meet the grant metrics. These include 500 jobs created in aerospace and defense industries, and also an increase of 20% in revenues from small and medium manufacturers that are participating in the Innovation Network. The Innovation Network today is a group of more than 120 small and medium manufacturers that currently receive services as part of this initiative. The last task is to work with up to 150 manufacturers to get them to reach certain certification levels, industry certification levels, to be able to compete for aerospace and defense contract. The term we will use for these certifications is level 3 and level 6. In summary, level 3 is everything you need to prepare for contracts, and level 6 is when you are already contracting in defense and aerospace, and you are maybe a subcontractor to a large company like Lockheed Martin, or have already secured Department of Defense contracts. It's also important to note that UTEP has already made progress towards these grant metrics. So ultimately, the U.S. Economic Development Administration needs to approve whatever budget allocation we propose. The budget would be spent over a 19-month period, and city staff is proposing that $500,000 of this be spent for grant administration internally to the city, and then the remainder of the funds be allocated in the breakdown that you see on the screen for the actual programming, for the task 2, the job creation and business development portion, and task 3, the industry certifications portion. Like other grant-funded programs, we like to add a contingency line item that gives us flexibility with the budget. The match requirements will continue to be the same. EDA the federal government would contribute $10 million. The city of El Paso to date is still responsible for $982,000 and a little bit over that as part of that interlocal agreement that we signed with UTEP, and in-kind contributions equivalent to $338,000. Usually the in-kind is paid for by city staff. So we have our teams at economic development and at the airport that are already contributing to this project. El Paso County is needs to contribute $1,847,000 to the project, and we have city staff has connected with El Paso County on this, and we're expecting that this interlocal agreement between the county and UTEP will continue, and that we can continue using it. And the project in itself, what you can expect in the coming months is if council approves this interlocal agreement today, we would come back to the EDA and submit our partnership documents after discussing them in detail with UTEP. Assuming that the federal shutdown ends sometime soon, then we can move forward with this timeline. If the federal shutdown continues, then we can expect a couple of weeks of delay. We would begin the project in November, and then in December, city staff would engage with regional manufacturers and also bring back a more detailed plan to City Council for your review. And so today we're requesting this resolution, your approval to enter into this partnership with UTEP. We want to take the time to thank our UTEP partners. They have been with us since the very beginning. It's a great opportunity for us to continue working in this space. And it is also an opportunity for UTEP students to essentially enter into jobs once they graduate from the university. That is the end of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
You know what, Omar, before we get to the council questions or comments, maybe we can hear from our partners at UTEP on the importance of this.
I think we have Dr. Welsh available through Teams.
Okay.
Dr. Welsh, if you'll unmute.
Yes, absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I have a little bit of a head cold, so if you see me turning off the mic, it's because I don't want to cough in your ears here. Well, the original intent of the grant, right, was for UTEP to launch this program and then partner on the community engagement and economic development pieces. That way, we focus on sharing our expertise in advanced manufacturing and aerospace with the entrepreneurs building new business in El Paso, which we're very excited about. And we believe the grant will perform better if the partners play to their strengths, and our strength is technical expertise. This doesn't mean we're not capable of doing other things, of course, but we're choosing together as partners with the city, we're choosing to focus on what we each do best, and we believe that will be the most beneficial for the community. So this proposed agreement voted on today includes those changes that kind of crystallizes and clarifies the original intent of the grant. So we're just really excited about moving forward with the city on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Welsh. All right, Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Welsh, welcome, even if it's virtually. But I wanted to tell you how disappointed I was in your introduction right now. You didn't say one space pun.
I know, I'm sorry, I just let you down.
Thank you, Dr. Welsh. I just wanted to make sure there's silence here, so I got scared for a moment. Dr. Welsh.
Let me say my ending comment will be live long and prosper.
Oh, there we go. We have to do the Spock signal. Yes, there we go. Dr. Welsh, my question was going to be, could UTEP do this grant without the city, or could in what the city was going to bring to the table? But Omar and you have just so eloquently put it together, and this is just an example how we're stronger together. I know that the mayor often talks about this is an industry that's going to make our economic area even stronger or much stronger. So thank you, Dr. Wells, for your partnership. Omar, thank you for putting this together, and our friends in the back from UTEP, thank you for being here today.
Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Prine, has there been a motion to approve?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Thank you. Okay. Omar, thank you so much for the presentation, and Dr. Welsh, thank you so much for the commitment and the partnership, and really the trust that you're putting within the city of El Paso. I say that because I know that there's been some comments that have not been so nice, and believe that that this isn't something that is going to be prosperous, to use the live long and prosper. But I do believe that this partnership is something that we are going to be able to maximize on our strengths on both sides. I'm very excited about the Advanced Manufacturing District because it's in District 3. And so I'm very excited about that. And I really look forward to seeing all the wonderful wins that that this group and this team is going to accomplish. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And as Omar said, we've already, the city and the county have been so welcoming since I came on board. So we're all already pretty tight, lots of coffee meetings and lots of lunches, and I so appreciate that partnership. So this is just a natural progression of us continuing to strengthen our partnership. So thank you so much for the comments.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to thank you, Omar, for always giving us a great presentation, putting this together. I think this is really exciting to continue building upon this partnership. I think it's really important for our city. Aerospace is something that we need to continue to really push forward and really champion throughout our city, especially for hopefully bringing people back to El Paso. That's a big deal. I think there are a lot of people that want to be here, but they don't have the jobs to come back to, right? And so I think this chips away toward that goal that at least I have, I know other people on council have, to make sure that we're creating something like this in this sector and other sectors for people to be in El Paso. And I also see Mr. Fred Borrego in the back of the room. I kind of wanted to bring you up and see if you could give us some of your thoughts and your wisdom as one of my favorite neighborhood association presidents.
Is this on the item?
Yes, on the
Okay,
item.
perfect.
Yeah.
Good,
Mr. Mayor.
good morning, Fred.
City Council. Thank you, Representative Acevedo. This is exciting news for our advanced manufacturing. I've been in it for my whole lifetime. I do defense work a little bit, not much. But I just wanted to let you guys know that you're partnering with UTEP. And it's important also to partner with community college, and it's important to partner especially with our high schools and the vocational, because this is high tech. One of the problems we have right now, we don't have programmers. I've worked with the Texas Workforce Commission for about 8 months, and they couldn't find programmers for my shop, okay? And we need that. It's important. So instead of just top down, we also got to make it bottom up, okay? Community college, they need to help us with advanced programming. Again, this is really high-tech stuff. You guys need to come to my shop and see some of my high-tech equipment that I have, and we don't get 100% out of it because we don't have the programming, we don't have the knowledge to really pull it out where this advanced manufacturing is required. Now, another thing that's missing in our manufacturing region that we've lost over the years is heat treating for the metals that are provided, that are needed for this type of work, aerospace. We don't have any here. We have to send it out, so logistics come into play. Also, costs go into play. Another one that we don't have that's super, super important is electroplating. And that's for chromate, passivation, anodizing, hard chrome that aerospace industry needs. So as you move along and work on this, keep that in mind, and I think we can get back to manufacturing and make El Paso really shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you, Fred. And I think that that's a lot of really great information that we could, take that feedback and see how we could continue to improve on this and make this bigger, because I feel like it's getting bigger with more time that passes, and that's a great thing. So thank you, Mayor.
Yep. Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. This is great news. I wanted to say congratulations and thank you for taking the lead to the city. And of course, we have great community partners with UTEP. I have a couple of questions on slide 7. So here we have the tasks and the goals. Task 2, 500 jobs created in aerospace. Within what time frame would that be?
So the remaining scope of work will be executed within 18 or 19 months. We are currently evaluating where UTEP's progress is, and I want to reiterate, UTEP has made a lot of progress towards meeting these metrics, but so that we can have a better sense of how we're going to create those 500 jobs, or they might have already been created and maybe we haven't captured them through surveys. So a lot of the work that our economic development team will do, Karina Brasgala and Jessica Cordova, who are here, have been as part of this program from the very beginning, so credit goes to them actually.
Right. To everyone.
They're going to be doing a lot of the surveying work necessary to check what we have missed, capture it, and then continue developing the programming that will get us to that 500 jobs. But our goal is to exceed that and create a pipeline that will continue beyond the grant period, which expires in May of 2027.
Very good. And so my other question was on the 20% increase in revenues. That's also something that you're looking at.
That is
to
correct.
see where we're at.
That would be captured through the same survey mechanisms. So you ask companies back in 2022, before the start of this initiative, what were your revenues like? What were your contracts like? And then now in 2025, 26, 27, how have they grown? And how has the Advanced Manufacturing Initiative in El Paso helped you get there?
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Omar, for the presentation. Thank you to UTEP for being a part of this and collaborating. I want you to talk about the administration of this project, the program administration. Because I know we have a lot of talented people here in the city and that are ready to roll with this. So Who are they?
Sure thing. So the city is really excited to come up with this initiative. There are 3 departments that are working in this from the very beginning. First, we have the El Paso International Airport, who are actually building the infrastructure. And you heard from Shane Brooks yesterday. She's the one in charge of making sure that the 250 acres are ready for these companies that are interested in El Paso to bring their production here. We also have economic development, which has been there from the very beginning. As I mentioned, Karina and Jessica Cordova and other team members at Economic Development, they're going to be doing the actual programming side of it. So they're going to be the ones that do the business retention and expansion. They go to the companies, they perform the surveys, they coordinate from the technical services side, the consultants, to the actual businesses and visit them day to day, like boots on the ground. And then you have Strategic and Legislative Affairs and the Office of the Comptroller. We will make sure that this funding is managed properly. So with so much visibility in this initiative, we want to make sure that if there is any medium or like the EDA, the federal government itself, they should have no questions over how the money is being spent. And we want to keep everything open records request quality. So to put it more into perspective, we know exactly how many reports we have to submit to EDA. There's 4 of them. We know how many reimbursement requests we have to submit. There's 19 of them. And we know all about finance reports, audit compliance, contract management, hiring, procurement. That's what we're going to be focusing on. Does that answer the question in full? Did you want more detail?
No, that answers it perfectly. Omar, we have full faith in all of those departments that you just mentioned, and I know it's going to be a great collaboration between us and UTEP. Thank you so much.
One last comment. UTEP
Yes.
also will retain project management staff. Again, we're going to be working at this together every step of the way. They will see every single expenditure, and we will coordinate expenditures from the very beginning.
Thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Omar, for also working on this and bringing this forward. This is a perfect example as to whenever we all sit down, collaborate, and work together as a community, we can make a lot happen, right? I loved visiting the Innovation Lab with the airport and just getting to know even the current companies that are essentially could possibly be part also of the Advanced Manufacturing District. When is that happening? Do we have a timeline yet of when that's going to be completed?
The Advanced Manufacturing District, like the actual
Yeah.
construction? So the best answer for that is that the project has currently mobilized for construction, and they're currently undergoing the design build process. It would be up to Ever Hernandez or Shane Burks to give you a more specific timeline, but the grant requirements are the same. We have this completed by 2027.
Great. Yeah, I know earlier this year we approved that contract, so I'm looking forward to future conversations, and thank you for all the work that went into this as well. I know that in conversations with the Advanced Manufacturing District, we had mentioned, I think it was like 3,000 jobs, correct? Is that correct, Ms. Mag? Yeah, it's about 3,000 jobs. So seeing slide 7 of 500 jobs, it just overall, with this grant, overall really shows that, in the partnership, we're creating further jobs and skill development for our community. So thank you for all the work, and also for UTEP for being here. Thank you.
Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be super brief in saying very grateful for the continued partnership with UTEP, and very happy that the city was in a great position because of the hard work you all have done to step in to pick up the additional work on the grant. And so, kudos to yourself, to Economic Development, to the airport, to the entire team for building that capacity over these years to be able to step in as we've needed to. And to Dr. Welsh, peace and long life.
Thank you so much.
Representative Rocha.
One last thing, and I think the thanks go across the board, but thank you to the previous council for really starting and pushing the project and believing in it, and the staff that went into the whole process behind it, just really trying to push forward. Without them, I don't think we'd be here today, and this partnership proves that all things can happen when you put some collaboration together. So I do want to thank the previous council for their trust in the project to be able to provide, the funding that originally started this. So thanks.
All right, Omar, before we call for the vote on this one, this is a testament to this community, too, that we're making an investment in aerospace, and our university has been a tremendous partner with the city, and I had an opportunity to talk to Dr. Wilson yesterday about this partnership, and we both reinforced our commitments to working on this together. But everything they're doing at the university with the Advanced Manufacturing Aerospace Center, and we have our Advanced Manufacturing District here. We've got to know that, we're becoming the city that if you want to go to space, you're going to have to come through El Paso. So this is exciting times for not only the city and our university partner, but for the whole region. So we'll continue to be committed to this. And again, we want to thank our partners at the University of Texas at El Paso. And I don't have any jokes or any Star Wars things, but the only thing I can say is go Miners, and we'll call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, seconded by Representative Limon, and this is to approve the resolution on item 34. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mayor, would you like to recess for mass transit at this time?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second to recess the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the meeting is in recess at 11:44 a.m. in order to conduct the Mass Transit Department Board meeting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a meeting of the El Paso Mass Transit Department Board for Tuesday, October 14, 2025. It is 11:44 a.m. Present and presiding is Board Chair Johnson, and also present in council chambers are board members Chavez, Acevedo, Rocha, Boyar, Trejo, Niño, Fierro, Limon, and Canales. Mr. Mayor, we only have the minutes on the consent agenda, and we do not have anybody signed up for public comment.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve? All right. There's a motion and a second to approve the mass transit consent agenda.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
All matters listed under the consent agenda, including those.
You still a trick.
Yes, will be considered by Mass Transit Department Board to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by board members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. The Mass Transit Department Board may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting. And again, this is for item 1, the minutes. And who made the motion? Board Member Fierro, seconded by Board Member Limon.
Okay. Let's call for the vote.
Voting session is open. Mr. Mayor? Thank you, sir. And the item has been approved unanimously.
All right. Let's take item number 3.
Item number 3 is discussion and action on a resolution that the Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing is authorized to notify Francisco Corral, doing business as Eagle Janitorial Service Company, that the city is terminating contract number 2023-0673 Janitorial Services, Mass Transit Rebid, and this is for convenience due to an overestimation of service hours in the original contract, scope of work, and that the termination shall be effective as of November 3rd, 2025.
Okay. Okay. There's a motion and a second. Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know that we're going to be canceling this contract and awarding another one, and I wanted the presentation or Anthony to come speak to the reason for that, and I don't know if you want to do it on this item or the approval of the next contract. If you could just go over the reasoning behind canceling this contract and approving the next one, please.
Good morning.
Thank you.
So, Anthony DeKaiser, the director of Sun Metro. So the question is, I think the question is, why are we doing this particular, canceling this one and adding the next contract? So for this, the question kind of reminds me of when Claudia was asking, you were asking Claudia the question when she was presenting the contract presentation a few weeks ago about why contracts are amended sometimes. And Claudia was saying that, hey, hey, you have to amend the contracts, but the department generally knows the reason why. So there's often two perspectives of why that. And so they wrote in here the overestimate service hours. And so for this particular contract is unique, like all contracts are, why they have to be amended. So for this one, if you go back to 2022, when we looked at this contract, the janitorial contract is specifically tied to ridership, and so it was during COVID, but we had to project it out. So we had to project it out, so we had to look at, we think ridership is coming back. So we looked at 2017 when ridership was higher, because we had to say this contract has to cover that time, right? The time projected out, 3-year contract plus 2 years of options, right? And so we had to project it so it would cover all that. But it didn't cover that, because it would have if it would have went back. In fact, the whole industry thought the ridership would have came back, meaning we had janitorial contracts that covered what needed to be cleaned up with the ridership going back. And so the whole industry thought that ridership would come back. But when it didn't, we had to give it another year to check, right? And so when it didn't, then we had to amend. So there you go, when a particular answer why we amend. So this is an example of why we would amend, because we needed to based upon the conditions. So sometimes we have to amend when the conditions call for that. So we did. But we also have other regulations like FTA. And FTA says that we have to have, where is it at? Fair and open competition. So we have to have fair and open competition. So we had an audit in 2023. So we had an audit in 2023, and the FTA said, hey, you have to do fair and open competition. So after we amended one time, and it said, and FTA, we know FTA says you have to do that, after we amended twice, actually, and we know the ridership's not going up as fast as we thought, now we have other rules that we have to abide by, FTA. Fair and open competition. The first time we had a bid, we had 4 bidders, right? And since the numbers were so high, we only had bidders come in from out of town, right? Because they could only, that's who could handle the capacity. But once we knew the ridership wasn't going up as fast as we thought, and we amended it twice, right, to the conditions, right, instead of doing a whole new contract, this time we want to do a new contract because we know it's the right thing to do, and FTA is saying do fair and open competition. So now we're doing that based upon the conditions and the requirement by FTA says we must do that. And we know that because of the audit in 2023. So now we have another audit coming up in 2026. So we know we have to do this, right? So then the question comes, I believe that you are inquiring, ma'am, does this contract make it so we have to pay more? Well, in fact, we do have to pay more because the new contract says facilities by hours 21 when the older contract was 1875, right? So there is some increase to this, but it doesn't really matter because we have to do this by the FTA regulation. So we're going to have to end this contract and start another one, right? And so, but there is good news to this because I know that we want to bring dollars back to the community, right? So when we have 4 bids before, but now we have 11 that supports the fair and open competition, but it also allowed, because the number of hours went down, it also allowed local companies to be able to bid because now they can handle the capacity. So we made a good news story in two ways. The first one was we're following the FTA regulations because we have to open the contract. The second way is we made it so that local businesses could compete in this. 1, because we had to, and 2, because the conditions changed. So we're amending because the conditions changed. 1, to open it fair in competition. 2, it helped the local vendors be able to bid, and actually one of the local businesses actually won the competition. And the other good news is they actually pay $1 more than the other company did. So now we're bringing in more dollars to the local community, and the local people are getting paid more. So
did that answer your question,
Thank you,
Representative
Anthony.
Chavez?
That's great. And thank you to Claudia. I really think the work you're doing is great. I had originally just wanted to know why you were canceling a contract, bidding it out, and going to pay more money for it, but that explains it perfectly, and I appreciate the work that all of you are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anthony. All right, so there's a motion in the second on item number 3.
And I do have a motion made by Board Member Limon, and who seconded? Thank you.
Is it-
Seconded by Board Member Chavez.
Hold on, is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, call for the vote.
Voting session is open. Thank you, sir. And the item has been approved unanimously.
All right, let's take item number 4.
Item number 4 is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2025-0089R, Transit Fixed Route Service, LULAC Project Amistad, doing business as Project Amistad, for an initial term of 3 years for an estimated amount of $16,083,540. The award also includes a 2-year option for an estimated amount of $11,375,760, and the total contract time is for 5 years for a total estimated amount of $27,459,300. This contract will allow Sun Metro to provide reliable and consistent transportation options for residents.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Project Amistad has provided, I think, in my opinion, wonderful service in their previous contract, and so I'm enthusiastically support this new award to Project Amistad to continue to operate routes for Sun Metro, and they do a great job of boosting the connectivity within the transit network, and so just wanted to say very happy with the service that they continue to provide us. And if anyone on the council hasn't had the opportunity to check out Project Amistad's entire transportation operation, they don't just do work for us. They're doing all kinds of excellent other transportation, helping community organizations and their own clients. So please take the opportunity to go out and ride some of their vehicles. They do a great job.
Very good. Is there any further discussion on item number 4? Okay, call for the vote.
And we do have a motion made by Board Member Limon, seconded by Board Member Canales. And this is to approve item number 4. Voting session is open. Voting session has been closed, and the item has been approved unanimously.
Okay, let's take item number 5.
Item number 5 is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2025-0571 bus shelter cleaning to Ace Government Cleaning LLC for an initial term of 3 years for an estimated amount of $2,981,655. The award also includes a 2-year option for an estimated amount of $1,987,770. The total contract time is for 5 years for an estimated amount of $4,969,425. This contract will provide regular and on-demand cleaning services for bus shelters and stops throughout the city.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on item number 5? Okay, call for the vote.
And I do have a motion made by Board Member Fierro, seconded by Board Member Limon. And this is to approve item number 5. Voting session is open. Voting session has been closed, and the item has been approved unanimously.
Okay, let's take number 6.
Item number 6 is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2025-0593 janitorial services, Sun Metro to Ace Government Services LLC for an initial term of 3 years for an estimated amount of $4,017,948. This award also includes a 2-year option for an estimated amount of $2,678,632. The total contract time is for 5 years for an total estimated amount of $6,696,580. This contract will provide for daily janitorial services Sun Metro Transit Centers, Park Right Lot, Anthony Parking Lot, and Transit Terminal. Sun Metro Transit Centers, Park Right Lot, Anthony Parking Lot, and Transit Terminals.
All right, there's a motion and a second by Representative Trejo. Any discussion on item number 6? All right, call for the vote.
And we do have a motion made by Board Member Limon, seconded by Board Member Boyar Trejo. And this is to approve item number 6. Voting session is open. Voting session has closed, and the item has been approved unanimously.
Okay.
Is there a
Is there-
motion to adjourn?
Representative Limon?
Mayor, while staff is still here, I did want to comment, Mayor, that every time that they've got items coming up on the agenda, Mr. DeKaiser, thank you very much for visiting with our office and all of you for really making us aware of what's going on and how things are happening. So thank you. It makes life so much easier when we get here to vote. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Is there a motion to adjourn the?
Second.
All those in favor? Anyone opposed? And the meeting for Mass Transit Department Board meeting for October 14th has been adjourned at 11:59 a.m.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to reconvene?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the regular city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed?
Okay,
And the
but-
meeting is back in session at 11:59 a.m.
Let's take item number 17, Ms. Bryan.
Yes, sir, we're on page number 7. Item number 17 is a public hearing of an ordinance releasing all conditions placed on the property by ordinance number 4928 at 5662 North Mesa Street.
Representative Rocha,
Thank you, Mayor. I
you want to
appreciate
make a
it.
motion?
Yes, motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
In speaking with the FLUME, or the Future Land Use Map, group, team, small team but mighty, of Casey Chanel and Alex Hoffman last week, I did make a commitment to them that it's important for us to show the presentation on anything having to affect or that's going to affect the FLUME. It's a very community approached process. And so I just want to make sure that the community is aware of what's being proposed at this time, and things like item 17, where it is in line with that designation, I believe is important. So if you could just
Yep.
go through the presentation for me, I'd appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you,
good.
sir.
Well, I guess good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Mayor and council. Luis Zamora with Planning and Inspections. So item 17 is a condition release request, excuse me, for property at 5662 North Mesa. So here's the aerial. It's already existing. This is actually across the West Side Animal Center. The zoning, current zoning is C1. Just to remind, this is a condition release request. This is not rezoning the property. Everything's staying as is, except the conditions. So the future land use map designates this area as G4 suburban walkable. So it's mostly for mixed-use development where we want to have homes, businesses around it for people to have access to them. This is the conceptual plan. Again, this is existing. Right now, the applicant is actually proposing some work on it. They had some issues with the conditions imposed in the previous rezoning that happened, actually I don't remember exactly when it happened, back in the 70s. So they requested to remove those conditions. Here on the screen, and it's a lot of text, this is back in the 70s. These conditions were imposed on the property. The property included actually more than this subject property. It was actually kind of all the way to Mesa Hills, somewhere around this property, all going north to Mesa Hills, and then from Mesa, obviously, going back like half a mile, I believe. So the conditions imposed back then was that they wanted to, or the city wanted to limit the housing to 700 apartment units, and this was 47 acres on property that's zone AO, or that was the request, and right now it is zone AO. And that they didn't want to have more than 22 apartment units per acre. That buildings needed to be 50 feet away from the property line along North Mesa Street, but signage was permitted to be within those 50 feet. In addition, they wanted 250 feet of the subject property zone C1, that they will allow like canopies no closer than 30 feet to the property line on Mesa. The next condition imposed for, and it's actually applicable to this property, to this zoning, the C1, they wanted that before any certificates of occupancy or building permits were issued for construction, they wanted the property owners to landscape 15 feet of the property fronting Mesa Street. And then there's some kind of exception there for that to 50 feet close, and actually those 250 feet closer, portion of the property closer to Mesa Hills. They say, okay, well, you can do that, but you will allow you to have driveways and aisles for the parking. Okay, sorry about that. And that's the condition 3. In addition to the AO, which this is not part of it, there were something similar. And then condition 4 imposed back then was that permits before the permit required that a detailed site development plan be approved by the City Plan Commission of the City of El Paso. So staff reviewed these conditions. Well, before I go to the next picture, we reviewed these conditions. Some of them are not applicable. For example, there's some conditions apply only for the AO zone portion, which this is C1, so that doesn't apply. Landscaping, we already have landscaping requirements as part of the city code for any new development. The detailed site plan, back then, again, this was rezoned in the 70s. Back then, it was a lot of land that was being rezoned. It is understood that obviously the city wanted to protect the view, the development, how much impact was there. This was probably the outskirts of the city back then. And so we understand those conditions were imposed probably to check on those things. But right now, obviously, the reality is the city is bigger than that. So a lot of these conditions are no longer applicable. We already have requirements that can match those. And for example, a detailed site plan, we don't believe it is something that we need to check for, especially when it's an existing structure there. And it's just a portion of the property that was rezoned back then. So this is the existing property. It's already a medical clinic. Surrounding property includes more clinics, businesses, and then obviously we have homes to the east side, technically northeast, which is going up the hill, which is really far away from this property. So the applicant did notify the Mesa Hills and Mesa Hill Neighborhood Association so the condition release request. When we started they started this application, we notified as required. Property owners were in 200 feet, and we have not received any support or opposition to this request from the public at this time. So with this, staff did recommend approval, the same as the City Plan Commission, recommending approval for the condition release request. And this concludes the presentation.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this to me is an easy one to support. The Di Pasquale family there runs an ophthalmology practice and a med spa on Mesa. They've kept their property in excellent condition. They have very attractive landscaping out front, which again was required by condition, but is now required by code anyway. They go above and beyond what's required by the code. And so I think it makes perfect sense to remove the outdated conditions on their property. So
Very
happy
good.
to support today.
Yep, agreed. Okay. Any further discussion on item number 17? All right, hearing none, seeing none, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Maldonado Rocha, seconded by Representative Boyer Trejo, and this is to adopt the ordinance on item number 17. There is no public comment on that motion. Call for the vote. in the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Fantastic. Let's take item number 18, Ms. Bryan.
Yes, sir. Item 18 is a public hearing of an ordinance amending Title 20 zoning by amending Article 2 definitions, Section 20.02.464, HUD Code manufactured home in order to comply with the updated zoning notification requirements in accordance with Senate Bill 1341 of the Texas 89th Legislative Session.
Representative Rocha.
Motion to approve.
Mayor, point of order.
Oh, sorry. They're-
Items 18, 19,
You're
and
right.
20 are related
They're all
and presented
related.
together. Can we read those all in and take them together?
Thank you, Rep. Canales. That's what I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay, item 19 is
18.
a public hearing of an ordinance amending Title 20 zoning, Section 20.10.270, home occupation uses, subsection 20.10.270B.14 to include no-impact home businesses as an exception to home occupation licensing requirements. And item 20 is a public hearing of an ordinance amending Title 20 zoning, Section 20.04.460, protest procedure, and Article 7, public hearings, Section 20.04.520, notice, in order to comply with the updated zoning notification requirements in accordance with House Bill 24 of the Texas 89th Legislative Session.
Okay. Representative Rocha.
I'd like to see the presentation. I know it's the same presentation for each public hearing except different pieces, but because it's very relevant to what took place very recently with the ADUs, I think it's beneficial for all of us to hear those updates from the state side. Thanks, Kevin.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Kevin Smith with Planning Inspection. So I'll be presenting the items 18, 19, and 20, which are 3 different code amendments, and all these are to comply with state law. So as part of the 89th legislative session, these bills were approved by the state, and all applicable municipalities are to adhere to these requirements. So again, what I'll be going over are these three bills and the related changes on how they impact our city code. So the first one is HB 2464. And this basically places limits on a city's ability to regulate certain home occupation uses. Our code generally had this in it already, but we just added a line to clarify this. And what the state means by no impact home occupations, and this is the state requirements, is businesses that do not generate on-street parking, that they have no operations visible from the street, and it does not substantially increase the noise in the area. And again, this is for home occupation uses only. For Senate Bill 1341, this is solely to align our city definition of HUD code manufactured home with the state. So the state modified their definition to comply with the federal requirements, and so the state aligned it with the federal government, and we're aligning it with both the 2 definitions for the HUD code manufactured home. And the final amendment relates to public notice, and this is only impacting if the changes create more residential development. So I want you to keep in mind as go over this slide here. So if the changes create more residential development, a comprehensive plan amendment would only require newspaper notice and publication on the city's website. If there is a proposed zoning change, and that zoning change has the effect of allowing more residential development than the existing zoning, then a 60% opposition requirement is necessary, and only a simple majority vote of council is required to approve the change. So that is one change where often you'll hear about the 211, where if enough oppose it within 200 feet, it requires a super majority of council. If this change here, if a zoning change has the effect of increasing more housing, again, it increases the opposition, and it only requires a simple majority of city council to approve the change. The opposition and supermajority requirement remains the same for the zoning changes that do not have the effect of allowing more residential. So that is not being touched. Okay, so the change that I brought up there under the second bullet point, that is only if the effect has more residential housing. The third one just reiterates that the remainder of the opposition requirement is still applicable and still there for the city, and in terms of how we follow and keep the code, keep following the code. And then finally, the last change there is if the change allows more residential development, no legal challenges are allowed after 60 days after the approval. And those are the amendments, and this one is probably the most substantial out of the three, but again, out of these ones here, these are just simple amendments to the code to comply with the state. And so again, staff recommends approval. This was presented to the City Planning Commission. They did recommend approval of this as well. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Welcome.
Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kevin. Hi, Philip. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you today?
Good. Thank you.
Good
So what
afternoon,
was the
Council.
threshold? Oh,
Good afternoon.
How you guys doing today?
Philip, go ahead.
So just to clarify something that Ms. Rocha said at the beginning before Kevin did his presentation, this is not about the ADUs. So the ones that we've briefed you on several times, and we may come back and brief you again before we bring it to City Council, which actually is going to be on City Council agenda in the next couple of weeks. So those are two, SB 15 and SB 840. Those are not related to ADUs. They're just related to housing options that the state passed, and those bills took effect September 4th. So nothing about ADUs will be coming to you. So I just want to make sure that we are clear on that. Those two bills, we've briefed each and every one of you. If you need extra briefing, we can come back and do it again. City Plan Commission approved that last week. We're behind the 8 ball now. We just need to amend these codes and move on with it. Yeah.
thank you, Philip.
Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, what was the threshold previously? The 60% opposition and then the 60 days after approval. What was it previously?
20% previously, and is still, like, again, for items that do not have the effect of increasing housing, it is still 20% threshold. So within 200 feet, if the area of opposition is greater than 20%, then it requires a supermajority of council. But as this bill, as we reviewed it, if that opposition is 60%, that they can still oppose that proposal, but it only requires a simple majority of City Council.
Okay, but it's still a big difference, right, from 20 to 60%?
Correct. But again, that is only if the effect has an increase of increasing housing. And then for the other one, ma'am, I'll actually defer to legal. I'm not aware of the legal challenges. Russell.
Russell Lablin, Assistant City Attorney. There wasn't anything like that previously. This is something new. If the rezoning has the effect of creating housing or the code amendment, then it's presumed to be legal after 60 days. There wasn't anything like that prior.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Russell, just to clarify, it's not if it creates any housing, correct? It's if it creates housing above and beyond what was allowed by the previous zoning district.
It isn't very, I don't think it's that specific. I'll have to go back, but I think you're probably right, though. It's if it has the effect of increasing housing, I think is the language.
Okay. I think it's if it increases the amount of housing that's permissible on the property. Okay. Not the actual conditions, just the permissible amount of housing units from one zoning district to the other. I think, just to clarify. I just don't want the public to think like if it adds one more housing unit, that's necessarily going to trigger this. I think it's if it's one more housing unit than what the previous zoning district allowed.
Right. Yeah, I think it would have to be something like, changing from a type of zoning district that wouldn't allow any housing to moving to something that would allow housing. It isn't, there's not a lot of resources out yet on the interpretation of some of these, but I think it would have to be pretty clear cut that the rezoning or the code amendment has, a real impact on increasing housing, not nominal, not, an argument that, I'm creating a shopping center here and that's going to draw in housing kind of amendment.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or discussions on item 18 through 20? All right, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Maldonado Rocha, seconded by Representative Boyer Trejo, and this is to adopt the ordinances on items 18, 19, and 20. There's no public comment on that motion. Call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Let's take item number 21.
Item 21 is discussion and action on a resolution that District 7 Representative Lily Limon be appointed as the city's representative to the Texas Municipal League Board of Directors effective upon City Council approval.
Second.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Representative Nino.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second by Representative Canales
Thank you.
to appoint Representative Limon to the TML board.
Yes, sir. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
You're very welcome. Congratulations. Let's take item number 21. 22.
22 is discussion and action on a resolution that the El Paso City Council hereby nominates Jackie York as a candidate for the El Paso Appraisal District Board of Directors for a term of office beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2029.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion is second. In discussion on item 22. All right, Ms. Prine, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Maldonado Rocha, and it was seconded by Representative Nino. And this is to approve the resolution on item 22. On that motion, call for the vote. Voting session is open. Council, no side conversations, please. The voting session is open. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take item number 23.
Item 23 is discussion and action on a resolution to authorize the expenditure of District 2 discretionary funds in an amount not to exceed $2,000 to support 2 fall festival events, as well as a Halloween trunk or treat in District 2 for the purchase of food, beverages, event activities, candy, promotional materials, and prizes, and serves the municipal purpose of cultivating community pride, promotes cultural enrichment, encourages community use of parks, recreation, and city services, and enhancing the overall quality of life for El Paso residents, families, and neighborhood associations. This is Representative Acevedo's item.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
All right, Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. The community in District 2, throughout District 2, really values fall festivals, movies at the park, type of events, and these have been happening before I was elected into this office, and I continued the tradition. So this is basically what we're doing, Northeast Central. So just hope that everybody will support this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Prine, I believe we have public comment on this one.
Yes, sir. Ms. Patricia Osmond signed up to speak on item 23. Ms. Osmond, *6, please, to unmute your microphone. Good
Can you hear
afternoon.
me?
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, the reason, well, I've got a question. The trunk or treat is going to be held where? Hello?
In the Northeast.
But where in the Northeast? The Northeast is a large swath of land.
It's with one of the neighborhood associations in the Northeast.
Is that going to be the same one with the Fall Festival, Sunrise?
It's on the other side of the
where you had
highway.
it last year?
It's on the other side of the highway.
Okay, so is that going to be the one with Gilda at Wayne Thornton? Your office doesn't seem to have any information on that. And then I understand. So I did work both of your fall festivals last year. So it's not that I'm not in support of this. I just wanted some more clarification since as to the location on the trunk or treat was not available. And also, can I ask, the $2,000 for that, is that coming from the $4,000 that you're getting in a grant from Marathon Petroleum? Or is that aside from that?
Ms. Osmond, you still have a minute, 30 seconds, if you want to go ahead and ask all your
Okay.
questions, please.
Okay, well, so that was the last question I have on 23, is whether that $2,000 is part of the $4,000 that my representative Acevedo is receiving from Marathon Petroleum, or is that separate? Is there going to be $6,000 for the fall festivals and the trunk or treat, or is there $2,000 and $2,000 and $2,000 of that? Those funds are coming from $4,000 that he's receiving from Marathon Petroleum. I would like clarification on whether it's $6,000 for this entire event, these events, or if it's $2,000. Those are my questions. If my representative can answer.
I'll get it on the next
Hello?
item.
Well, I would prefer that answer to be on this item. I intend on speaking on the next item as well. That's why I would like clarification on that on this item. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bryan, call for the vote on item number 23, please.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Acevedo, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez to approve the resolution on item 23. On that motion, call for the vote. End the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take item 24.
Item 24 is discussion and action on a resolution that the City of El Paso City Council authorizes the acceptance of a grant from Marathon Petroleum Company LP in the amount of $4,000 with no additional match required from the city to support the City of El Paso District 2 Fall Festival events.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
All right. Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a grant that we're receiving from Marathon. This happened last year as well. And the purpose of item 23, which is a prior item, is to make sure that we will be okay in case some things come up. We learned a lot from doing the events last year that there were some last minute things that were coming up. So that's why we put there that we don't want to exceed $2,000, but we're hopeful that most of this will be covered through the Marathon grant. And if there's any other little things that might come up with these events, then we could use some of the $2,000. That's why it says not to exceed.
Okay, we have public comment on this item, Ms. Bryan?
And there's also backup on each of those items, Mayor.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. We have Ms. Osmond. Ms. Osmond, star 6, please. Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, in regards to any grants that my district representative is taking from Marathon Petroleum, I've spoke about the refinery, and it is not just Marathon. There is Freeport-McMoRan, who actually owns the property Marathon Petroleum sits on. Marathon Petroleum in 2023, the last time I spoke, to educate that city council in regards to their property, had an explosion in Galveston. In June, Marathon Petroleum had an explosion in their Texas City plant. Here locally, they have had excessive release. And it appears as though this grant looks like my representative trying to cover up bad PR for Marathon Petroleum. Residents in the area have been speaking about everything that's going on with the refinery, environmental groups have, and instead, our representative is taking
Bless
money
you.
to clean up their bad press, so that they're advertised at these fall festivals as to look the good that we've done in the community. Don't look at the excessive release of pollutants into your community. It is a known fact that areas around the refineries have higher rates of cancer. Employees at the refineries have to take metal blood work every year. After they hit a certain limit, they are retired out. Citizens don't get that. And it's incredible that my representative would take money to help cover up and clean up the bad PR in the community in this way, in fall festivals, so that Marathon Petroleum looks good at all these fall festivals. I've had a problem with it before, and I will still have a problem with it. And just so that y'all are aware, there are over 10 spheres. One of those spheres goes off, it takes out a square mile. One goes off, it triggers the next. The safe zone is Blackie Chester Park. So you are covering up a place that could almost eliminate a good quarter of El Paso with your let's cover up their bad PR for in this grant. And that is shameful. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Prime, call for the vote on item number 24.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Acevedo, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and this is to approve the resolution on item 24. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session. And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Ms. Prime, it's 12:30.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we break for lunch till 1:45.
Second.
No? What's 12:40?
What's the motion?
That we go to lunch till 1:45.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
There's a motion and a second to recess the city council meeting until 1:45. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? And the city council meeting is in recess at 12:30 p.m. and will reconvene at 1:45 p.m.
It's an hour. You said 1:45? Okay, Ms. Fry, I think we're ready to go.
Yes, sir. Council, is there a motion to reconvene? There's a motion and a second to reconvene the council meeting. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? And the meeting is back in session at 1:45 p.m.
I believe we're going to pick up on item number 25 on page 8.
Yes, sir. Item 25 is a presentation and discussion by the new cross-functional team, providing an update on 311 operations and approach for future improvements.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
There we
Good
go.
afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, we're going to hit a presentation on 311 and some of the efficiencies they've been making over there. And so if we think back, we've done the 311 app a little over a year now. We're tying it in with this new team that I will introduce today. And so if I can pull the presentation up, there we go. So what we're going to cover today, we're going to cover the team first and foremost, how we redesigned that customer relations manager role. And that was critical to what we feel like is going to make it for a better customer experience for our residents. The key context will be the 311 headcounts and their volumes of calls that they're making. We'll give a snapshot of the 311 app as well as what the planned improvements are coming in the future. Our team, we have Jaswina Setsu. She's our customer relations manager. She's new. She's part of what I'm going to be talking about here early in the presentation. We got Hector Santiago. He's fire battalion chief. Roman Sanchez from our chief information officer. Carolyn Patrick, our chief information officer, will be presenting. Ernesto Ariola is also on the team looking for the security portion of the IT part. Guadalupe Corral, our chief data administrator, Denise Sepulveda, Jasmine Flores, and Julie Baldwin-Munoz, who unfortunately can't be here today. Her and Roman are out, but we'll have somebody else speak in their place. The executive sponsors for this project was our city manager, Ms. Mack. So when we looked at the team, redesigning that customer management role was our first step. So we had our employee who had been over 311. She'd been there for some time. She retired earlier this year, and so we took a stop at that point, and we identified our insights. So our approach was, what do we need in that position? Is it truly meeting the needs of the system, of the council, and of the public at large? So we conducted staff and stakeholder interviews. We analyzed the gaps between the original job spec and the day-to-day duties. The key insights that we were finding was we wanted to have a stronger focus on resident experience. We wanted to elevate our interdepartment, so we wanted our departments to talk together. We wanted to make sure that they were working together. So 311 is that entry point. That's where people call in and they voice their concerns. At that point, it's entered into the system, but it's up to the user departments to go out and make sure those problems are corrected or those updates are made. And so that's what we wanted to make sure that we had that interdepartment collaboration going back all the way back to the customer relations manager. So make sure they were connected. We want to be able to use that 311 data. We collect a lot of data, and so we want to, what's the best way to use it? What's our strategic approach to using that data? So we also took a look at our technology and workflow improvements to reduce the administrative burden. With that, we reshaped the role, which is we updated that job spec. We focused on our resident experience. We had that clear liaison role laid out so that it would be known with the departments who was going to be in charge of what. We use the strategic use of data for service improvements and technology and workflow modernization, as we talked about. The recruitment aligned to a new role. So we attracted numerous candidates. We interviewed several candidates. And we were lucky to find our new customer relations manager, Ms. Jaswina Setsu. I'm going to let her take it from here, but she brings a lot of experience to the city. She's from the private sector. She's got over 20 years experience in telemarketing, and I'll let her speak to it, but thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Jaswina Setsu. Super excited and blessed to have joined the team. I have about 20 years experience in the contact center industry in different roles as client services, operations, marketing, and sales. Opened up my business at one time, so I'm very much involved with the community engagement. And I understand the importance at every level. Things that I like to do, throughout the career, I've learned how important it is to think of process improvements, innovative ideas, contributing to the continued success of the city, and leadership, and my commitment to work with everybody to ensure that we provide stronger commitment, better customer service. Okay. On this next slide, we will show the current 311 team. We have 45 associates that handle the general calls for the city and the non-emergency, the non-police calls. So it's 45 agents. We have 4 lead operators. We have 4 supervisors and 1 call center manager. We're open every day of the year from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. with the exception of Fridays and Saturdays where we're open till 2 a.m. In addition to that, you can see the call volumes on a monthly basis for the year 2025, and they're broken down by each level. You'll notice that there's T311 and there's General City. The only difference there is if a constituent dials 311 directly, that's that second row that you see there. That's the call volume. And if you see General City, that means the constituent is dialing the 212-000 City Hall number that's on the website. But they're all calling for the same reasons. In addition to that, one of the KPIs we have in our contract is service level. So the associates in the contract, they must answer 85% of the calls within 20 seconds. So very good news is that we have been meeting the contractual agreements for 2025 for our 11 contractual KPIs that are set. Do we have any questions so far?
Representative Fierro?
Thank you, Mayor. That's exciting to hear that. I'm very positive that you have to answer a certain percentage within so much time and that you're meeting the matrix. The issue that I have in my office, and I can't speak for other people, is wrong information, no information, telling people issues are resolved, or no follow-up. Is that part of the overview also?
So the overview will only, I'm going to have Caroline, she's going to go over the IT technology that's coming up to improve 311. In addition to that, I have from the portal, we're going to show the top categories and reasons that they're calling it overall for El Paso and by district. So at this time, we don't have those specifics, but I can share with you that during my onboarding, I have 2 months in the role, so I'm meeting every department, learning a little bit about, are we handling your calls, how are we working together? There's definitely an opportunity for us to improve. That's part of my role, to answer your question, where we can go ahead and make sure that we're answering the right questions. Do we have the most updated information to make sure that we're providing that? And also the IT side of it. The platform, for example, Animal Services, they're with PetPoint, that's a separate platform, comparing to 311 with code enforcement and fire non-emergency and general questions. So there's room for opportunity, the IT side, to make sure that we're gathering the right information and making sure that the associates have the right scripts, the most updated information to answer those questions.
That's why we're bringing this forward, sir. We've heard you talk about this issue and really talk about how important it is for us. We know this is brand spanking new, but also wanted you to know that we're continuing this process, that we're thinking about it from a strategic perspective in terms of not just one department. So you'll see, code enforcement here, our technology teams really getting to the root of what we see as some of those major concerns. And so we're really here just to let you know that we are launching those pieces, and what you'll see at the end is what our next steps will be to ensure that we can start to deliver to you those statistics that are really going to be meaningful in terms of helping you to understand whether we're doing a better job than we have been in some of these areas. And a lot of this is driven by those type of concerns. And we thought about that as we were interviewing for this position.
Thank you, Ms. Mack.
I think this is the first time we've had somebody with the background that she's bringing to really understand that customer service piece and be able to call and follow up to understand the quality that we're getting it from people. And so that wasn't something I think we were doing consistently before.
So thank you, Ms. Mack, and that's great because that will make our jobs much more easier. So I'm hearing from you that you're going to follow up with us?
Absolutely.
And we're going to address the issues that are concerns and that we're having in our offices?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
October 14th. Thank you.
After lunch. I'm going to let Caroline, she's going to go over the next slide, the 311 application. I'll be back to talk about the top categories.
We got a few more questions for you.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Representative Rocha?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, and very nice meeting you. I
Likewise.
appreciate you taking on the task to really try to streamline the process and make it very clear and transparent. Just a quick couple of questions. Since you mentioned that the service level is 8520, is that what you're currently operating at?
Yes, we're
It is?
exceeding the expectation right now.
You're exceeding the,
Yes.
well, I imagine.
Yes.
Okay, and was that previously not being met?
For the
you came on?
entire year, it has been met. Prior to that, I believe the second quarter of 2024 is where I believe they did not meet it. But other
Okay.
than that, it's been a continuous meeting of that goal.
At the 20 seconds, okay. And then, do you measure, like, as far as this is contractual work, right? So there's
Yes.
45 contractors that are handling the 311 calls.
Correct.
365 days a year
Yes.
for the most part, right?
Yes.
And then just another question. When they call in to 311, is there a transfer rate that's associated to that? Do they transfer to a different department beside giving them a certain number? Or, let's say that it's an animal services and we have to get you over to this, or is it just you drop and then
So
you
we
have to
answer all
have
the calls to your question. We
Yeah.
answer all the calls. However, some departments, depending on the reason that they're calling, absolutely, there may have to be, there will be a transfer. Not all of them. Some of them, they'll be able to provide the information, just depending on the department and the scripts.
Okay.
So we open up the service request. And from then it gets routed to the department if they need to follow up and take action, or did we already provide resolution? So there's a combination, but that's something I can definitely provide in the future to get the transfer rate by department. We can do that and,
Yeah, I
and find out
appreciate
what
that.
are the reasons, right? What's
Yeah.
the cause?
Because I want to see what that looks like, right? I want to be able to quantify it and then use that as a baseline going forward to say this is really what it's this is what it's at. Is there an education component that could be given to that associate to be able to
Absolutely.
minimize the transfers or the length of time that it takes to resolve their issue?
I agree. No one likes to be transferred to different
No one
departments.
likes to be
It's very
transferred to
annoying,
different
yes.
departments,
So we
yeah.
want to help improve that. Absolutely.
Thank you. And then the last question, so you mentioned that you're meeting all your contractual obligations right now?
Yes.
Outside of the service level, what other efficiency components are associated with that?
Great question. We have 11 of them. So we have information capture. Do you want me to tell you the goal or just the category?
Well, you can do both. Sure.
Okay.
Give me the goal and then
Sure.
and the category.
So information captured is 99%. That's making sure that the associate's entering all the right information into the CRM, whether it's the 311 admin app or if it's PetPoint.
Okay.
Again, we're on two different platforms.
Right.
Service level 85% within 20 seconds. Those are the calls that must be answered. The abandoned call rate is at 8% or less. Voice calls processed, they have to be processed within 4 hours of the call that came in originally. The average handle time, 90 seconds. Feedback complaints, less than 1%. Coding error rate, less than 5%. Call quality, 95%. Calls transferred, less than 5% of the calls.
There it is. Okay.
First call resolution, 70%. And the customer service satisfaction survey that they get is 90% or higher.
Ms. Mack, is that something you can provide us, that data?
Absolutely. We'll send
Okay.
that out to you.
Okay.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. I think it's important for us to know what they're being measured upon.
Yes.
And the fact that they're actually meeting on all 11 categories is really superb. I think, speaking from your experience, it's very hard to meet these numbers on very consistently. I imagine they're meeting them consistently if they're still getting paid.
Correct.
Is that correct?
They are. I
Okay.
think that, I'm going to be very transparent. I think there's
Sure.
an area of opportunity where I would like to do some audit level from our side versus from who we're outsourcing to. They're the ones scoring quality assurance and everything themselves.
Okay.
So I'd like to add another level of quality assurance audits to make sure that we're aligned and we're calibrating. just to make
Internal.
sure.
That would be internal?
No, with us, City of
Oh,
El
with
Paso,
you.
yes,
Okay.
with Datamark
Okay.
who we're outsourcing to.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Sure,
and
of
welcome
course.
again to the city.
Thank you, and I'll be back in a few moments. We'll have Caroline.
Hang on. Representative Chavez, did you want to go now or later? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good.
Welcome to City Hall and to the city.
Thank you.
So I just want to echo what my colleagues have been saying here. If you see the chart on slide 10, District 1 infrastructure, hands down, is the number one concern through the Chime-In survey, through what I'm looking at right now in your presentation. But I know that you will be meeting with us, and I appreciate that because honestly, we do have a lot of concerns regarding 311. I think they've done a great job in trying to make a lot of improvements to it, but just a couple of things that we've observed is, number one, things not getting reported to the appropriate department. So it's happened to me in the past where I was tracking something that one of my constituents reported, and I realized it was getting allocated to the wrong department, and I picked up the phone, called 311 myself and said, could you please change it so that the right department knows about this concern that's being reported? And they literally told me that they had no ability to do that. So they said, at this point, it's best if you just pick up the phone and call the department yourself and report this, because we don't have an ability to make any changes internally. So I don't know if that's something that could be corrected.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing that.
Without
to my
them,
attention.
yes. And then another thing is, like really a duplication of efforts. So sometimes things are reported through the 311 system, and yet, we have to wait that 10-day window or whatever the magic number is before we know nothing's being done about it, and then we have to internally report it through our process here. And we've done that many times because things are not getting basically resolved or looked at for whatever reason. So those are just two things immediately right now that I would want to flag for you. And then going forward, we can really look into other things that have been of concern. But District 1 is definitely up there. I think District 8 is just a little bit higher, and then District 8, 1, and 2 have the highest volumes, I guess, of totals, things reported, according to your chart. So we're busy.
Oh, yes. And we're going to go. I think they're looking for the slide. We haven't gotten there, but I'm going to come back on that.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're busy, and we're thankful for you being a part of the team.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. And I'll get back to you with that information.
We're not going to let you get away yet.
Sorry. Jasmine Flores.
We still...
Yes, just a second.
We
have some more questions.
Not yet. Represent Nino. We got more questions. Represent Nino. He has a question for you.
Yes, so...
Can I ask if we're still going to go through the presentation, might answer some questions.
I think they have a question for her right now. Right. Let's see.
Do you want to hold it to the end? Or?
Sure. Let's get the presentation and then,
Okay.
I did have a question, but I'm good.
Afterwards,
you want to go ahead?
No,
you sure?
We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Because I'm going to refer to slide 10.
Me too. This is the one there.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Because I want to ask about 7 and 10.
All right, good afternoon, Carolyn Patrick with City IT. So I'm going to speak a little bit about the EP311 application, which you all are familiar with. Just some reminders for anyone who might be viewing this for the first time. We launched the newest version of the EP311 application in March of 2024. The Citizen app, it's a web application, allows for both anonymous and registered user submissions. We encourage people to register. That facilitates stronger communication, two-way communication between the city and the person submitting the request. But there is the option to submit anonymously. There is an admin app, which was mentioned, and that is for the use of the 311 call center, departments, district representatives, and your aides to be able to submit service requests on behalf of your constituents. The application allows for a 24/7 online submission. It provides in the back end, in the admin application, dashboards which give you all the ability to see details for your district as to volume, types of service request, status, type of information pertaining to your district. That is available to you through the admin application, the dashboards that are provided in the app. The application automatically routes to service provider departments to work order systems. And of course, it is ADA compliant. I want to mention some enhancements that we have in the queue. So we are working on easier admin dashboard access. For those of you that may be familiar with it now, it requires a different login. We're looking to change that up to make it simpler for you to access your dashboards. Additionally, We are improving the handling of duplicates, and we're adding a function that will allow a person to follow a request. If someone has already reported an issue in the neighborhood, if you go into the application and you're notified someone has already reported, you can simply say, I want to follow this, and get all the same updates that are given to the original requester. The last one I think is really important to mention because I think it ties, at least in part, to a couple of the concerns that I've heard, and that is we're adding functionality to allow for reassigning requests. So a request may come in, especially if it's submitted online, and the department, at times, that may require actually a rerouting to another department. Today, the system doesn't support that, and we have identified that as a top priority enhancement to add to the system so that when there is a need to hand the request off to another department, another program, the system is going to allow for that. In addition, I would like to mention that the El Paso 911 ecosystem is incorporating AI to enhance communications, analysis, and operations efficiency. Some of the AI support currently in place is real-time language translation and transcription of emergency and non-emergency calls, Spanish translation bot enabling accurate and timely support for monolingual telecommunications, automated call summarization and insights, thereby enhancing response quality, data analysis across systems, and quality assurance reviews. For 311 specifically, the application of AI is in a pilot testing phase. This is going on currently after normal 311 business hours, so it's happening after 11 o'clock until the next morning when the call center reopens. And this has been going on since September 7th. This is a test phase, and the target is to reach 5,000 calls being handled by the AI agent with a high success rate. So this is where we also will be able to identify collectively what is the accuracy of the information being returned. So this will help in that area, and it'll help us to identify collectively where can we make improvements in the routing of these requests. And the test call counts as of today is at 4,265, so the target of 5,000 is expected to be hit in about 2 weeks. So these tools are not replacing personnel, but rather strengthening decision-making, quality assurance, and public safety outcomes. I'm going to turn it over back to Jaswina unless you have questions for me at this time or if you'd like to hold them.
We didn't want to interrupt, sir, but I knew she had the answer to that question.
No worries. We'll hold the questions.
Okay, so these stats that you see are for March to September, and those are the top categories. These are the top reasons that the constituents are calling 311, excluding animal services. Again, they're in a different platform. So this is off of your 311 admin portal that I believe you have access to. So overall, overgrown weeds, that's number one, 7,000 service requests from March to September. Second is potholes. Third, noise complaints. Fourth, junk vehicles and street light illumination. The next slide, which I think that's going to be the most interesting one that you want to look at, right? That's broken down by your district. So those are the top reasons by district. And we also broke it down even further so you can see the overgrown weeds by code, environmental services, or parks. And we do have representation in case you have questions specifically from code enforcement and environmental services. So I don't know if that triggers any.
Yes, Representative
Sure.
Nino.
Hi, Justina. Welcome to Team
Hi,
El Paso
thank you.
again. Question for you. I'm trying to understand the difference between the app and the call center. I log on to the admin access oftentimes and kind of see how the whole system works. And I do notice that sometimes the input says, caller said XYZ. Is the call center entering the information into the 311 app, or how does that system work? I'm trying to understand.
So I know there was an app, 311, prior, an actual app. Right now, I believe, and correct me if
website.
I'm wrong, team, you can go to the website and you click on 311 app, and that's where you're going to enter your name and email address. You're going to enter the request based on the category. Say, for example, it's pothole, then you're going to enter that information, and automatically, if you provide an email address, if it's not anonymous, because you can do anonymous as well, it will create a service request, and that goes automatically to the department, depending on what the constituent entered. That's one way that the constituents can get a hold of us.
But what about when someone calls 311? The agent who's receiving that phone call, do they input it into that same website?
Correct. It's on the 311 app. They enter the name, the phone number. If they want to be anonymous, we can't enter their email address. But they enter all the information. They click down. We have drop downs of the category. It creates a service request, and it automatically, depending on that, it will be routed to that appropriate department to take action
Great.
if needed.
Okay.
So yes.
I was trying to get that clear picture.
About 25%, sir, are just going directly through the app at this point. So
25%?
Yes, we're tracking that as well. So they're not going through an agent.
Okay, great. No, this is great information, and I know Ms. Carolyn Patrick mentioned about the duplicates. That was something that I was also going to mention in regards of ensuring that when a constituent, they could live in the same neighborhood, same street, they could submit the same request, and oftentimes a constituent or the member of the public would receive, oh, your case is closed because it's a duplicate, but they might not understand what that means, and oftentimes they reach out to our offices, right, asking, hey, what happened? Why was my case closed? So I think really looking into how we combine all those systems to inform the community of what's happening, or if someone else submitted XYZ, so that everyone is in the know, is going to be extremely helpful. But I'll probably have further questions, but thank you so much. And I know this is a big priority for us.
Yes.
I will say a big portion of our job is, having that outreach with our constituents, and oftentimes them reaching out for help in regards of these requests. So thank you and welcome to the Team El Paso.
Thank you so much. Now you have somebody to contact if you have any of those situations, please, so I can help you. Any other questions? No? Okay, I'm going to have Denise next. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor. Denise Sepulveda with the Community Driven Innovation Team. Okay, so what's next, guys? I know you have a lot of really great questions, and I think it's really important to understand the team's journey through all of this. What we did is that we took a really holistic approach on understanding not only the needs of our community and some of their pain points going through all of this, but bringing everybody together to understand their needs, but also do the next steps, or like going into the customer review process, and the council request process, and then going into understanding the SR and tying it all together. So really like setting up the Legos, right, is what we like to say. It's like we're aligning everything together. It's all going to come. So that slide that Carolyn showed is really going to show you part of our journey. And so behind that, you don't see all of it, right? But all the work that went behind it, all the months of work that we're having these conversations with the community, understanding their needs. But next up for you, right, the discovery phase. So we're at the end of the discovery phase, where the team has taken a look at all the functional and technical reviews of the app and the processes. Yesterday we had our first meeting with District 2 and the team, right? So we're going to start to journey map with each one of you. So please be on the lookout for meetings coming from our awesome Jasmine Flores. She'll be reaching out to your team, and what we're going to be doing during that time is really understanding, showing you the operational mapping of how everything works, making sure that, hey, do some of these pain points that you're seeing on how the process works, does that align to some of the things that you're seeing you're having difficulty with, right? Like Chavez, you talked about the rerouting, right? So now that hopefully that will answer along with the team, but understanding some of those concerns with you, and then which is going to lead us to unpacking the data. So after we meet with every one of you, we're going to unpack all the data, create some of those themes, and really create have a needs assessment developed for you, understanding some of these areas that really need improvement so that we can design together, which takes us into ideation. And you guys are all going to be a part of this along with the community, and understanding like some of these improvements, some of these solutions, co-designing some of these prototypes, which takes us to delivery, right? We're going to pilot and scale, making sure that we are looking at the timeliness, the clarity, the process improvement. I know some of the questions that we got from the D2 team yesterday was, how does this work? Help me understand it, right? And so even somebody said, if I could just have a cheat sheet to like look at the two differences, right? Things like that is what we're going to take a look at as proposed solutions along with you, and really pilot again, refine and iterate to help produce this awesome platform to work together with our community.
Very good. Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the shout out
You guys are on next.
My staff really enjoyed the meeting yesterday, so we've been talking about it throughout this morning, how they were kind of suggesting things to you, and they just really appreciated that. I think it was a long time coming for them. As I'm kind of looking through the 311 aspect of things, and this could be for anybody, I'm just going to throw out things that I was writing down throughout the presentation. But this was one of the first things that got thrown in my face when I got to the city almost 2 years ago, and the council at the time was very into doing 311 and realizing that it didn't work. And it was the very unanimous vote that happened to make sure that we could get 311 going. We were also having leadership changes, and in the city manager's office we didn't have a permanent city manager, and so it took a little longer to get on working through this strategic plan. And I was noticing on one of the slides, I believe on slide 8, it says that the EP 311 application launched in March of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
But from my understanding, it launched this year in March, didn't it? So it's 2025.
Yes, I'm sorry.
The
You're correct.
rebranded.
It's 2025.
Okay.
So I think that's actually a point to emphasize. Technically, this application has been live for only 7 months, and already we've seen an improvement in the receipt and processing of the SRs under the new system. The old system was very problematic.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. And something that constituents have kind of shared with me on this is, okay, great. We hated the past 311, but this one is not the best interface, right? And when I think about something like 311 and what I've seen in other cities such as San Antonio, where they have an application that kind of combines the features of Nextdoor, and they get status updates. They say, you submitted this on X day. It's in progress right now. It's been 2 days. Here's a whole follow-up. And I think where we need to improve is how can we make this more user-friendly and more efficient, right? Because the web app, I feel, is past its time. And if people are able to have an app that is going to make their life easier, then that's going to be better for all of us. And one of the other things that was also kind of coming up was the feedback that people get when they submit stuff on 311. They're getting an email that is very code centric, almost seems like HTML code, where there's like greater than, less than symbols on there and saying, oh yeah, here's the progress. And people are like, what do I do with this? I don't know what this is, right? And so that, I think, would be resolved if we had an app. The other thing that has come to mind on this is we have very limited access as to where things are. We have, things are in progress or they're completed, but we don't know what's happening. And I think that's one of the biggest frustrations that my office has, where we're trying to understand where things are, and then we go ask, and it would be, oh, well, it's in progress, or it's not completed. And I'm like, okay, well, thanks for stating the obvious, but can you give me more information on where things are? I also don't understand what the point of duplicating efforts is with Monday and 311. If we are submitting something through Monday, why do we have to submit something to 311 as well? I think that's the number one frustration in the world. And I think the answer is we need an SR number, and that's the whole answer. But I don't, efficiency-wise and doing double the work when we have so many things to do in our offices, it doesn't make sense. And so if you want to speak to any of that.
Okay, so I will start with the feedback we're hearing today is exactly the type of feedback that we need so that we know where to focus our efforts on. Just for your awareness, our in-house team developed the current application, and we were under a very, very tight timeline to get that completed. We have a list of enhancements already in queue. This feedback, the frustration that you hear from your constituents is the feedback that IT needs to hear. So we need to establish a communication path with you all to receive that feedback so that we know to address the concerns in the app. I'll say that as far as that goes. Mobile app, it also is in queue for development. I didn't mention that, but that also is on our horizon.
Okay, and I guess what is the mobile app going to look like, right? Are we going to have a vendor come in? Because I appreciate when city departments are, not just your department, and I've said this before, I said it during budget, where you're trying to do what you can with the resources that you have because things are expensive. But when this is such a present issue and people are stopping us, or at least stopping me in the streets or at the grocery store or whatever, to say 311 sucks and I don't know what to do about it, I think it would be great to pair that with getting somebody from the outside that can actually get the app moving and make it very engaging for people.
That is a fair comment, and actually is a major factor is we are deciding right now what path we're going to take for that mobile app development. Sustainability is critical, so absolutely valid point.
Okay, and I think that as we're kind of seeing what this Super City app is doing, I don't think that's a solution either. I don't think that's been a very productive thing from things that I've seen and what I've heard. It's not the most helpful thing in the world. So I'm like, how can we crack this code to finally make this work? Because I think when I got on council, it was like, okay, it sucks. And then now the conversation is, it's better, but there's still a lot of things that we need to know what's happening. And if I could get an answer more of a, can we move away from having to do 311 and Monday.com? Can we just do one thing? Because we're wasting our time doing those two things and then we're still not getting answers, right?
So that is what Denise was speaking to in meeting with all of the council members to solicit that feedback, and they will be leading those efforts.
Yeah, so part of that first journey, right, is really doing the customer experience journey. So some of the things that you talked about right now is understanding some of the things that you have questions on, or the reason, what's the difference between, the team was talking about it yesterday, and they were like, what's the difference between submitting a CR versus an SR? What is the difference between all of them, right? And so understanding, like, having a cheat sheet, having informational sessions with you guys. What are the things that you want to understand and how the process works? One of the questions that came up, for example, is, if it goes to codes, at what point do you decide that it goes to ESD or vice versa, right? So it's really understanding some of those things that you have questions on, gathering insights from all of you, and then that's where the unpacking the data comes together. So when we unpack the data is bringing you guys back in to say, this is what we heard. Okay, now let's start designing together, right? And so that's when you start building those prototypes. So these next meetings that we're going to have with you and your team are going to be very important to help zone in on some of those questions.
Well, and I appreciate the cheat sheet comment, but at the same time, I think the only reason you need an SR is to get a confirmation number. But for what? The confirmation number should just be a Monday issue, and then the constituent knows that it got resolved, right? Yeah. And I think that one of the things that we saw debut 15, 20 years ago now, it was this pizza tracker where you started ordering
Domino's
pizza online, right? And you did the pizza tracker. So where are we with this once this is submitted, where I can go into whatever application, whether it's going to be Monday or this back end application that's forthcoming on 311, so I could see where things are, and I'm not asking people all the time and I'm getting the same answer of it's in progress. Well, duh.
I think we'll have an opportunity, sir. I want to make sure, I think the team is trying not to solve individual issues, but make sure that we've spoken to all of you. And so when we come back with our summary, it is a collective summary, and then it's prioritized based on the things that you say are most important. So I think that's their hesitation to say that's an issue, because I just asked the question, because I still don't get it. And so I'm trying to understand that tracking. So we're going to try our best to get these next sessions with you all within the next 2 weeks. Once we go through each one of those phasing of steps, you're going to get a summary to understand what we're moving forward on, and you'll understand from the collective body what those numbers and things are. We have heard these things from multiple folks going into this, and I did share this with staff as they were launching, but we really want to make sure that we are capturing the voice of the folks who are working on this at every level within the organization to make it better.
And I appreciate that, the collective issues there, but and I'm trying to be collective here, because I don't think anybody appreciates doing double work. To do 1 and 311 and go write the same thing on Monday, doesn't make any sense. That's not efficiency, right? And so I'll leave it there, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Representative Chavez.
If I may, I'll finish with saying that we're looking at a solution that will sit on top of this. So whatever the back end looks like, it will ultimately be transparent to you with one entry point.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to give you our feedback. So I won't go into details on specifics. I'll wait till we meet one-on-one. But what I do want to say is that this is really a great opportunity to empower our community, right? Because there are many people out there that want to make our city better for whatever reason that is, whether it be a junk vehicle or a street light. It's happened to all of us as we're driving to work where we see a street light. I mean, I have the power of maybe sending a Teams message or, making a phone call and saying, the street light needs attention. But what we want is to empower the community to do the same thing. We don't want the community to feel like they have to come necessarily through us to get anything done at the city. And so I just think that this is a great opportunity to just iron out the kinks, and then figure out what the best path forward is to make sure that our community feels heard and that we can respond in a timely manner to whatever those concerns are.
Understood and completely agree. We want residents to feel comfortable and confident in the system. Absolutely. I would love to see the numbers for the online submissions to go through the roof because that's a good indicator that we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you. And I look forward to that conversation. Thank you.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and Ms. Patrick and Ms. Mack and the entire team. I'm also looking forward to future conversations. I know that part of my Lean Six Sigma project that I started with Denise like 3-4 years ago, I don't even remember, was part of the CR process, 311 process of just obtaining the data. And I think what I'm looking forward to is the data that's going to get put together here. I know that we're going to start working on our strategic plan by district, by the city. The data that's going to get obtained, we'll be able to work on the program-based budgeting to really ensure that we know where is it that we want to prioritize in regards of, every district might be facing different challenges. Like right now it's showing that there's overgrown weeds, over 7,000 requests, right? So we know that that's a priority for the community. So I think it's going to be extremely important, to collaborate with all of us and ensure that, and I'm looking forward to that. But overall, the data that's going to be obtained from this so that we can make better, fiscal responsible decisions moving forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you, guys. Any further questions on this? I know we have someone signed up for public comment on this.
Yes, Mayor, we have Ms. Osmond that signed up to speak on this item. Ms. Osmond, *6, please. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes. Ms. Osmond, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. In regards to 311, there are far more issues than what are even being brought up. The PowerPoint presentation, it is a nice talking point, double-speak, gaslighting of the taxpayer base in El Paso. Because quite frankly, personal experience, I called 311 September 18th. They tell me, they file one report. I call back, I'm like, are you sure that's where it is? They tell me I also needed to contact El Paso PD, non-emergency. I did that. Spoke to Officer Llamas, sent him photographic proof of the issue. You've got a resident that has irrigation lines running off the curb on pavement, on city right-of-way, going to planters or big old trash cans. It is impeding the bike lane, causing a hazard. It's impeding the parking lane also. But I get a call, and I also then, because I'm told, contact PD, I then forwarded that email and spoke to Lieutenant Shields from PAR on October 3rd. I called back yesterday, October 13th, to 311 to get a status. They're saying in progress. 4 days shy of a month, it's still in progress. Okay? Citizens are getting diverted if you call, because I also called One Stop, because 311 said One Stop on another issue in regards to whether that individual can have a permit for personal property on the private right-of-way or on the public right-of-way. They cannot. But One Stop, the person there with planning and inspection, gives me a direct number to Streets and Maintenance of 915-212-0118 for Streets and Maintenance. In departments are forwarding their calls to 311. It didn't pick up at Streets and Maintenance, it picked up at 311. And so I spoke to Sergio yesterday, trying to explain the entire situation. He's trying to refer me again to non-emergency PD. 3 months ago, it was changed. Any parking issue from PD to code compliance. Apparently 311 is clueless. It is not solving any issue. It is causing a more red tape and unaccountability to our tax dollars. You're making sure citizens have zero accountability for the use of our tax dollars by another lift dial.
Thank you, Ms.
one.
Osman. You've reached the 3 minutes.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you for the presentation. It was very good. And we look forward to continuing to work on this and getting it better.
Thank you for your time.
You got it. All right, Ms. Bryan, let's take item number 26.
Yes, sir. Item 26 is discussion and action on the award of solicitation 2025-0324, West Side Medians Roadway Lighting and Landscape Improvements to Jordan Foster Construction, LLC, for a total estimated amount of $9,297,781.75. This project will consist of new arterial lighting and medium landscape improvements at Executive Center Boulevard from Paisano Drive to I-10, Sunlight Park Drive from Donovan Drive to Mesa Street, Shadow Mountain Drive from Mesa Street to Thunderbird Drive, West Wind Drive from Thunderbird Drive to Red Road, and Red Road from Montoya Road to I-10.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
All right. I know. There's a presentation. Would you guys like to see the presentation, council? District 1, District 8? You guys, okay. Okay, can we see the presentation, please?
If I can bring up the presentation, please. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Council. My name is Danny Garcia from CID. So for the West Side Medium Improvement Project, this, once again, as you're aware, this lies within District 1 and 8, and as mentioned, the construction or the award is for the $9.2 million. This is the funding source is a 2019 certificate of obligations. Just a brief scope, these are landscaping median and landscaping median improvements with lighting all along the 3 corridors, where I'll show in the following slides. The base bid 1, or the first quarter, is between Executive Center Boulevard from Paisano Drive to I-10. The second, which is base bid 2, consists of Sunland Park Drive from Donovan Drive to Mesa Street. Base bid 3, the other intersection is Shadow Mountain Drive from Mesa Street to Thunderbird Drive. Base bid 4, West Wind Drive from Thunderbird Drive to Red Road. And the last bid 5, Red Road from Montoya Road to I-10. This was procured through a competitive seal proposal, solicitation advertised from March 18, 2025 through March 25th, 2025. There were 6 firms submitted bids. All local vendors' recommendation is to award to Jordan Foster for the $9.2 million contract. Start early 2026 and early 2027.
All right, Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question that might be difficult off the top of your head. This is funded with 2019 COs.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how much is outstanding on that 2019 CIP?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I had a feeling Yvette might. I think she's coming up in a minute. Or Robert. Could see them both jump into action.
Can you clarify what you mean by outstanding? Do you mean what we have not spent or what we have not issued?
Kind of both. I guess. Well, yeah. How much have we issued, or how much have we not yet issued, and then of what is already sold?
So
what
in
do
the
we have
2019 CIP, there's still 25.9 million roughly that was never issued as far as certificates of obligations. Those projects have never been funded. We've not issued those COs.
Okay. And do we have any sold but unspent proceeds from 2019
So that's
COs?
the unissued amount. So that overall 2019 CIP was 112.1 million roughly. Of that, there's still 25.9 million that the city did not issue.
But that's unissued, unsold.
Correct. Unissued.
Okay. And we have no additional issued, any proceeds from issued COs from 2019 that are unspent.
He's asking about
We
the
do,
projects,
we've not
right?
fully spent, we've not fully spent the 2019, that's why we're using these projects moving forward. We have not fully spent the 2019 bonds that we've already issued.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't have the exact expenditure. I mean, if you give me a few minutes, I'll pull it up, but we've not fully spent the 2019 of what we issued.
Okay.
Yvette's coming.
Yeah, Yvette's coming.
So, Yvette Hernandez for the record. For 2019, 112 million was the budget.
Yep.
We've had 68.9 million for expenses, and we currently have roughly 10 million that is encumbered. And so 32 million is the remaining balance, and not all of it has been obligated to debt.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Limon?
Thank you. Thank you, Yvette. Before you leave, on this certificates of obligation item, was the money designated specifically to some areas, or are the areas being developed throughout the life of the COs?
No, these were identified with the certificates of obligation. So the bond issuance for 2019 is streets, facilities, and maintenance, and these are the most traveled arterials that were identified when this CO was issued.
Okay.
There were specific projects listed, ma'am. So we can give you all the projects that were listed and what those funding levels were. I think that's a more detailed question that you're asking.
That would be good. You know, I often hear of different streets in my district that are the most traveled arterials, the most dangerous arterials. Yet when we get down to some projects, somehow they don't rise to the top. At your convenience, may I have that list, please? I really would like to see that and see if maybe there will be something for District 7. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bryan, we have a public comment on this item?
Yes, sir. We have Ms. Osmond signed up to speak. Ms. Osmond, star 6, please. Thank you, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
I've spoken in regards to contracts to Jordan Foster in the past. And as per our one of our West Side representatives, this is a prime example of why contracts also should not be enforced local, because it's too easy for local people to get their fingers in the pie of our tax dollars. And I say this because I do have evidence of such, that Mr. Foster's construction, Jordan Foster Construction, the former employee, is employed with the city of El Paso in departments dealing with these contracts. If I lived in Chicago, I'd say, and I was a mobster, I'd say, I've got a guy on the inside. And that's what's been going on for years in regards to some of these contracts. I'm just pointing out, I do have evidence of that employee with City of El Paso and with Jordan Foster. And I really question, is there some sort of timeline that the city HR has in regards to making sure that employees from these contractors, these city vendors, don't pop from their construction companies into city employee in departments handling these contracts? Is there some sort of timeline? I mean, I have signed NDAs, I have signed non-compete contracts. I can't understand how the city is allowing this, because this is more transfer wealth from the poor to the elite in El Paso per city tax dollars in these contracts. Again, one of his employees, former employees, an employee with the city of El Paso. Something has always been fishy with the level of contracts that go to Jordan Foster here locally and to a lot of these local contractors. That is one reason why they should be farmed out. Less likely for somebody's finger to be in the pie or getting a mordida. That's all I have to say on this. but I will go ahead and post the proof I have in public. So all citizens are aware of what has been going on. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Frying, would you call for the vote?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez to approve or to award the solicitation on item 26. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Boyar Trejo, not present.
I believe that takes us to item number 27.
Yes, sir. Item 27 is discussion and action on a resolution that the city manager be authorized to sign a Chapter 380 Economic Development Program Agreement between the City of El Paso and RFD Beaufort, Inc. to further the municipal purpose of promoting economic development in the city in support of a development located at 12120 Esther Lama Drive.
Motion approved.
Motion and a second. I believe everyone on council has seen this presentation. If you'd like to see it again, we can. Representative Canales?
Yeah, I'd like to see the presentation,
Okay.
please.
If IT could bring that up, I would appreciate it. Mayor, Council, good afternoon. Bill Allen with Economic and International Development. So this is a discussion and action about possible 380 agreement between the city and RFD Beaufort. As far as policy alignment on this project, it checks the boxes that we need. It is in the target industry, or one of our target industries, defense and aerospace. After the incentive value, there is a net benefit to the city, and we recommend moving forward with the 380. So a little bit about RFD Beaufort. Headquartered in the UK. They have locations in El Paso right now. Sharon, Central Ohio. They also have one in Virginia that does engineering services. Estimated annual revenue, about $14 million. They're currently located on 11201 Armour Drive, but they are expanding due to additional product lines that they're going to bring on. And they also want to turn El Paso into the city, our center of excellence. We're expecting some further expansion in addition to what we're talking about today. So their new site location will be 12120 Esther Lama in District 6. And their products right now are primarily packs used by the Army, Special Forces, and Navy SEALs. They're moving into more technology. So one of the projects that they have coming up is flight suits for F-35 pilots. And their intention is to move also forward and get into some inflatables that can assist the Navy and the Marines. The description on the project, they are planning on investing a little over $3 million, $3,027,000. They will create 70 new jobs. They will retain their 140 existing jobs. All the salaries are above the median county wage at approximately $40,000. Our suggestion, as far as incentives are concerned, property taxes 10 years at 70%, which would be about $95,000. In addition, we will have permit fee rebate of $10,000 and 1% sales tax rebate on materials of $5,432. In addition, we're looking at providing them with a training grant, all up, all in, $151,073 in incentives locally. As far as the net community tax benefit, this is after all the incentives to the city, $84,000, and in total to all taxing entities, $332,486. We have the county is also working on participating in this as well. I recommend moving forward with the 380. and I'll stand for any questions.
All right, any questions on item number 27? All right, hearing none, Ms. Prime, please call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, seconded by Representative Nino, and this is to approve the resolution on item 27. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Boyer Trejo not present.
Okay, let's take item number 28, please.
Item 28 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign on behalf of the City of El Paso an interlocal agreement between the City of El Paso and the El Paso Downtown Management District to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of each party in its provision of services to preserve, maintain, and enhance the economic health and vitality of the downtown El Paso area.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Would we like the presentation?
Sure.
Absolutely. Karina Brasgala, Economic and International Development. On behalf of, the agreement is primarily managed by Economic Development, but there are a number of departments that partner with the Downtown Management District, both as detailed in the agreement and then just in general in support of downtown and our initiatives. Go briefly through the presentation. So first, this is an interlocal. It is a government-to-government services contract. Just a reminder for everyone online and to City Council, this is always supplemental to municipal services, so there is not a situation in which we are not providing baseline city services to the downtown. We are partnering with the Downtown Management District to increase that presence, really up our level of service. Downtown is in many ways the gateway to El Paso, is one of the first places that businesses, visitors, tourists, it is the location of a huge amount of public-private partnership and public investment so we want to make sure that we're taking full advantage of that and showing our assets off to their full potential. This is the latest version of an interlocal agreement. There have been various ones for different services over time, dating back to 2011. Those were combined and restated in 2020. That agreement has expired, and so we are here today to look at a 5-year renewal for the period running 2025 to 2030. Here are the areas of partnership. Many of these are at no cost, or there's kind of mutual in-kind services to provide for them. The 3 areas where the city does provide funding to the DMD, the DMD chips in as well, sanitation services, special event permitting, and the grant program, all of which I'll go through. So first, sanitation services, the good news, I'll highlight the chart on the side of the graph, which is that it is an unscientific survey, but the DMD runs an annual survey of stakeholders, so visitors, business owners, property owners downtown, and in general, we rank very highly on cleanliness, and that is something we're very proud of. Sometimes when you visit other, cities, downtowns, you'll see a lot of kind of litter, cigarette butts, scum, that kind of thing. We do not get that feedback on our downtown, and we're very proud of that. And so the objective here is that the DMD helps provide supplemental sanitation services. So Nick Ibarra is traveling, but he would ask me to remind you all that he does have a crew out here. They still do, drive the truck around, check on it. Everybody's aware of the graffiti hotspots, the DMD crew as well, and so checking on those kinds of things. And so the city is, responsible for maintaining that regular baseline level of service, and the DMD does a little bit of that above and beyond in terms of sharing that cost of service delivery. So the modification here from the previous is that we are reducing our participation in Group B services to cover the full amount in Group A. The costs to provide these services have gone up year over year, costs of labor, equipment, et cetera. And so this is the capacity that we can afford at this time. And so we've written this in a way that allows us to look at increases in additional Group B services if there are funding sources identified. Group A services, so it's daily, multiple times a day, trash can abatement, illegal dumping, graffiti, power washing, maintenance of public assets, and then post-event cleanup with some notice. So, with request if we're holding city events like Winterfest, like Dia de los Muertos, like Chalk the Block, any of those other ones, we can choose to use the DMD for that event cleanup to assist with those ESD services. Here's the planned, if I go back. This is the year over year for years 1 through 5. Historically, the source of funding has been the environmental fee. This is something as we move forward, we will have to work with City Council to fit into the budget. Group B services, it's not clicking. These are additional checks, litter abatement, sidewalk power washing. Again, these are things that are more close to property line, things that kind of might be a private owner responsibility in some parts of town, and so just kind of really making sure that those storefronts look their best. These are areas that the DMD and the city have, again, historically in past agreements split 50-50. At this point, no city contribution is proposed. If funding is identified, we do have the option under the agreement to participate. Special event permitting. This is paid for out of the tax increment reinvestment zone number 5. So the TERS 5 board did review this request and the grant increase and do recommend approval. And I have that noted on a later slide. So the DMD does administer the permitting program for special events. So if you are holding a special event downtown within that boundary, you go to the DMD. They still partner with police, fire, streets and maintenance. City staff still gets a chance to review. It's still the same process. But in the interest of some of those events, which are our longest running events and some of our largest and well-attended events, having that consolidated and focused permitting program is really helpful for anything happening on public right-of-way. The DMD also does an excellent job reaching out to downtown stakeholders, making them aware when an event is going on, and I think in particular, notifying business owners of ways that they might be able to get involved in that event and see it as a positive thing and not, just access to my business is closed. This is increasing from $650 per permit to $750 per permit to account for the additional time cost in administering that program, and we think that's reasonable. Well, I've got to put the clicker down. It's not working. Okay. Wayfinding kiosks and street banner content management. So on those light poles, you see those DTEP, the various ones, and then the informational kiosks. Those are maintained and managed by the Downtown Management District. In exchange, we waive those right-of-way rental fees. So they handle all of those. Bike rack accessibility, similar thing here. These are in public right-of-way. We do not require special privilege fees, and the city supports in, there's been times during construction projects when we've needed to remove or relocate these. We partner with the DMD on identifying new locations and making sure that those bike racks are active. The grant program, this is also funded out of tax increment reinvestment zone number 5 funding. This is increasing from $100,000 annual to $150,000. That's our recommendation. The increase in that funding allocation is to help, one, increase the cap per program to $30,000. Right now it is at $25,000 depending on where you are in downtown. The Downtown Management District has already increased their cap. So if you're in the DMD boundary but not in the TERS boundary, you have different amounts. We'd like to make that consistent across the board. All of these program caps have to be matched by investment from the property owner. So these are grants that require, some skin in the game from the property owner. And they can be stacked over time if you have performed successfully. So we'd like to increase that cap, and then we are also recommending contributing to 2 additional programs that the DMD has authorized. The residential conversion utility upgrade. This is to assist with those utility conversion costs when you are looking at putting residential development into some of these buildings downtown. And then the pedestrian corridor improvement program. This pairs nicely with changes that City Council has approved to our planning and zoning codes to allow right-of-way cafes, sidewalk cafes, and also can be used for alleyway improvements. And then these are just more areas of partnership. So business recruitment, retention, expansion. Joe Gudenrath, who is here, but we have biweekly meetings. We really focus on, who's developing things, stuff that he might have heard through his board, things that might have come my way through the department. Across the board, just making sure that we know who's developing downtown, what might be coming online, and really working on that. And we also get a lot of leads through that facade grant program. But general principles here, focusing on that partnership. And then also outlining this on public outreach and marketing. Again, the DMD is a supportive partner with economic development, with Visit El Paso, with the Strategic Communications Office, making sure that we're promoting those downtown events, providing those outreach, and using the downtown marketing plan. If you're marketing downtown, we're in the kind of same business there, making sure that people want to come to El Paso, visit El Paso, and spend money here. And so we're happy to continue partnering on that as well. There's the recommendation in action. So staff is recommending approval of the proposed resolution, which would authorize the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement between the City of El Paso and the Downtown Management District for a 5-year term with a 1-year extension option.
Very good. Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy to see this coming forward. Obviously, downtown is right in the heart of my district, but also I hear nothing but the highest praise for the DMD across all their services, but I think in particular in sanitation, downtown is exceptionally clean, and it's because of the additional, supplemental assistance that the DMD provides to the city, and people compliment it all the time. And so I was very happy to see that we were able to come to an agreement on the sanitation services and retaining the escalator there on the annual cost. I think it's a very important investment that we make, and to be honest, I doubt, nothing against our own ESD, I just doubt that we could provide the service as efficiently as they do. They're very focused within the area, and so I'm very happy that remained. Again, I got asked by a couple of people from the public, is there anything else that is materially changing in terms of the items addressed in the agreement?
No, we have
Or the
not added any.
programmatically.
Yeah, we have not added any new programs. There have been slight modifications to language across the board, right, to update kind of things like our liability clauses, general language to match city code. But no, the material changes are going to be in your sanitation services program, increases in the special event permitting, and in that facade grant participation.
And I think I kind of meant the question the other way as well. People were more concerned that we would somehow lose some of the programmatic aspects of this, and that is not happening either, correct? We are continuing, by and large, the partnership in its current form, evolving some of the things slightly, but otherwise it's essentially a continuation of the relationship between the city and the DMD that's been so successful over the years.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, very happy to arrive here. I know it's, the nature of these agreements that they're not perfect for either party, but I hope that Joe is in the audience and the city staff as well, that everybody's generally satisfied where this has landed, and I think it's really a gem of a relationship for the quality of downtown. So, I'm very happy to serve as a non-voting ex officio member on the DMD board as well. No conflict, but it's something that really adds a lot of value for downtown businesses, downtown residents, downtown visitors, everybody who experiences downtown El Paso. I think their experience is better for this relationship. So I'm glad that it's continuing and hopefully goes from strength to strength with the new agreement.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the hard work, Karina, as well, on all the time spent getting this into the form that it is today, and to you as well, Joe. Thank you both.
Very good. Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Mack, thank you, and Karina, for coming together and putting together a very fair contract for the next 5 years. It's more than a contract. In my opinion, it's a partnership. And when you walk downtown, you don't see trash cans that are full. You see people walking around, smiling, making ourselves and our visitors feel welcome. So thank you for all the hard work that you put into this. Karina, what is the difference between this contract and the previous 5-year contract?
I'll go through them again just to make sure.
Just
there's
from a dollar point.
So it would overall, I'd have to do the per year. So you're looking at an adjustment, and some of this is, I'll note that the special event fees are only paid out for events that are actually done and permitted, so that varies a little bit year to year, but we have been looking at that consistently, and so you're looking at an increase of maybe 65,000 on the TERS 5 side, and then year over year, there was recently an amendment to the sanitation services, and so that's increasing slightly.
Well, just the term slightly. I mean, none of our other contracts are increasing slightly. So thank you for all the work you put into this and making it a true partnership. Thank you, Mayor.
I do have that up so that you all can see, right? We're starting at today at 310, and then that goes up
51,000.
to about 50,000 over the course of the contract.
Thank you.
Very good. Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Karina. And I just wanted to mention also that I recently had an event downtown, and it was really easy to work with the DMD, and they did a great job in helping us navigate our very first event here downtown. So I think this partnership just makes sense, and they're very valuable to keeping our streets clean downtown and making sure that, you know, when people cross the border or visit our city, you know, this is something that they definitely stop and see. So we thank you for their partnership. Thanks for this presentation too.
And without Representative Canales.
One final comment, I'll
All
be
right.
quick. Robert and Ms. Mack, I apologize. Hold on to your seats for a moment. I'll want to prime the council too for potentially a conversation to have, not now, over the next several months, about downtown parking meter revenue. For a long time, downtown parking meter revenue was dedicated toward paying off the Plaza Theater debt.
Is this on this agenda item?
It's potentially about funding for the DMD agreement. As Karina mentioned in the presentation, as we realize those cost escalations year to year, especially on the sanitation, we will need to find some sort of sustainable revenue source to continue to cover the costs here. Again, it's nothing massive. It's not a huge escalation year to year, but some sustainable source of revenue for it, dedicated to the purpose would be nice. And I think potentially downtown parking meter revenue might make sense for that. So again, not something we have to discuss today, but just wanted to prime people for the conversation that we might have over the next several months. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, without further ado, the star of the hour, Joe.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Staff. Great to be here today. I'm Joe Goodenrath, Executive Director of the Downtown Management District. I want to get my thank yous out to everybody, Karina and her team, all the city departments that weighed in on this. All of you up here, whether you reached out regarding this item or answer the phone anytime I call or call me throughout the year, I really appreciate your openness and willingness. It really just reiterates the fact that I know downtown's in your district, but downtown belongs to all El Pasoans. And so we are open to any input and ideas that you all have throughout the year on how we can make this a place that's accessible and welcoming to all. Representative Fierro, you mentioned on the agenda item with UTEP and the city, I think you got into a question about could one party do this on their own without the other? And I would say when creating the downtown environment we have, I think that it's true that neither one of us, the city or the DMD, could make this downtown as nice as it is on our own. And so coming together on an agreement like this really puts funds to good use, has the very efficient and effective delivery of services, and sets a quality of standard that we can all be proud of. And so hopefully, piggybacking on the 311 call, hopefully it leads to less 311 calls, less complaints and issues. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also thank my team, who is the other side of this agreement, who is out there day in and day out, working with the city and on behalf of the city, keeping the streets clean, working with constituents, addressing all issues. We even added cleaning up after horses to the work requirements this year. But we do so with a smile because when people come downtown, they are smiling, they're enjoying the environment. And so again, I want to thank you all, again, city staff, for putting this together. I think it's a good agreement. And then lastly, just to follow up, I think this sets a very high standard for service delivery, services that we want to provide and the city wants to provide. And we are always open to kicking around new ideas to be innovative on things we can do to keep creating a place where all El Pasoans feel welcome downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And now that you brought up the horses, well, maybe we'll go to elephants next. Bring elephants out down. Very good presentation, guys. Thank you very much. Also, you mentioned it takes a team to do this, and we really know that. And Joe, thank you guys for all that you do at the DMD. And Karina, thank you guys for all the great work. I also want to give a shout out to our public safety, our police department downtown, and everyone, our greeters from Destination El Paso. Everyone that's downtown has really, really done a very good job of raising the image of downtown, and it's super, super clean. We hear that over and over and over and over. So that's a testament to you and your team. So congratulations. Keep up the good work. And Ms. Prine, I think we have a vote to call.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, to approve the resolution on item 28. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Boyer Trejo not present.
Very good. Thank you. Congratulations, guys. Ms. Prine, item number 29.
Item 29 is discussion and action on a resolution approving the allocation of funds from the Texas Economic Development Incentive Program in an estimated amount of $100,000 to the Streets and Maintenance Department for the implementation of the Northwestern Drive Traffic Safety Improvements Project.
Is there a motion to approve, Representative Chavez?
Motion to approve?
Okay. Karina, welcome.
All right. You've got me for the next couple of these.
Okay.
Karina Brezgala, again, for the record. This is, as Ms. Prine just read into the record, the Northwestern Drive Traffic Safety Implementation. So I'll go through some background on this one and the next one. This is posted in the backup for anyone interested, but very briefly, the Texas Economic Development Incentive Program, and we use TED for short, so the TED program was approved by City Council on January 20th of 2021. This was following intervention and successful action by our magnificent legal team on the intervention on the sale of El Paso Electric, and so this fund was negotiated as part of that intervention, and it is exclusively out of the sale revenue, so this is not something that was local taxpayer or local ratepayer funded. It is $80 million over a period of 15 years and administered by the city. New Mexico received their own allocation for their own economic development purposes. That is each of those, it's about $5.3 million per year, and it runs calendar years, so December payments, January reporting. So we've received about $26.5 million to date. And I do have the budgets on the next slides. The approved program policy outlines the process. So the department, Economic Development Department of the city is responsible for administering the program. We receive applications either through those requests for information. So anytime we are assessing a master incentive under the Chapter 380 policy, it is also looked at for compliance with TED and the possibility of using those funds. And all of those potential applications are reported to the El Paso Electric Board annually. We have also opened it up for direct submission. So we have an application that outlines the eligibility. It can be submitted. Under the policy that's been approved, the Economic Development Department then proceeds with review. So one, policy compliance, and then also an economic impact analysis for benefits to the El Paso Electric West Texas Service Region area. We've got 6 months to do that review. We turn those around much quicker, and then present the approved projects to City Council. So City Council will only ever see projects that both comply with the policy and have a net benefit to the service region. Council is under no obligation to approve any requests, but we do require an approved or a denied on record for those requests. And then I will highlight the funding request before you today is under the infrastructure assistance category. And so this is assistance for public infrastructure improvements. So it needs to be something that will be accepted into the city's inventory, has to have a public benefit. And these are infrastructure projects that benefit companies committed to creating net new jobs or making new capital investments within the service area. And you'll see there's the entire EPE service area. On the side of the screen, we are, of course, again, talking about the Texas side. So it does stretch from El Paso all the way out to Van Horn. Here's a quick checklist of what the eligibility. So you're looking at project type and location. So public infrastructure cannot be used for private land unless you are going to turn that over to a public entity. The projects must be essential for the location or expansion of businesses that are, again, located within that service area. The goal of this is to have that economic development, that economic growth for both the city and for EPE. And then any projects that are requested that are outside of the city of El Paso limits must secure a 100% funding match from the location where the project occurs. This project is within city limits, so that's not necessary, but we wanted to outline that for anyone watching. Here's an outline of commitments. So this is not a full, revenue and income statement, but we've gotten to 26.6 in direct income. Of course, there's interest and other kinds of things on that, so the fund balance is a little bit higher. And then I have highlighted here just these are approved commitments to the TED Fund. So under the Target Industry and Investment Assistance, $8 million paid out to Notes Live, commitments in the Advanced Manufacturing District, which went to Council, National Center for Defense Machining and Manufacturing, FERVRIT, and then infrastructure assistance, which has been our most heavily utilized category. So Schneider Electric received a grant for EV charging infrastructure, 12.5 combined across the Meta project and various other related agreements for the reconstruction of Stan Roberts, which is well underway if you've been out there and seen the dirt. The International Border Crossing Study with the El Paso MPO, and then those two bottom ones are the requests that are on the agenda today, so items 29 and 30. This request is for we're looking at Northwestern Drive between Northern Pass and Trade Center, looking at specifically the Schneider Electric campus. They've gotten a number of buildings underway. City Council most recently approved a 380 for an expansion project. I think they're up to about 5 buildings over this area. They run 2 or 3 shifts depending on the building, and so they have a lot of their employees crossing the area. There was very unfortunately a pedestrian fatality, and so at the request of the company, we looked into this economic development, but in partnership with Streets and Maintenance, with the Vision Zero team at CID as well. And so really one of the items that we cited is as this campus expands, as they continue to invest in the region, that safety of their employees of that crossing of that campus is one of the items that local plant management, but also their national board really have cited multiple times, I believe, to ourselves, to their representatives, about what an impact that has on them considering continued investment in El Paso. And so a little bit of background, we do have several active agreements with Schneider Electric, so running back to 2014. So just noting here that the infrastructure investment has always been a paired part of those 380 agreements. So incentives, in the 2022 agreement, the city reimbursed $600,000 for the Hawk system, which is the flashing crossings, the EV charging infrastructure, and then at this latest 2024, behind the scenes, we have done $140,000 in Vision Zero funding to fund this traffic study. The amount on the request today is to fund the implementation of those identified improvements. And then in addition, Randy Garcia and his team have done a fantastic job of some of those in-house study and installation. So checking for warrants for traffic, for stop signs, that sort of thing. There are a number of ways that we can go out and do improvements, which you all know because you contract, when we get constituent requests, we go through Streets and Maintenance, and they oftentimes can do a lot of things in-house. So just highlighting that we've been working on this for quite a while with the company. So again, this is the implementation of this study. It's an over-width issue because you have industrial parks, you have those truck trailers coming through, you need those wide lanes, but then that does cause a pedestrian conflict. So really looking at that roadway design implementation to help manage the speeds on the roads, better utilize existing pavement, and improve that quality for all modes, across all vehicle types, and of course pedestrians, bicyclists, whoever else might be happening. In summary, the Economic Development Department has reviewed this request. It does comply with the policy for this type of project, so it's in a public right-of-way. It's essential for the location or expansion of a business. It supports our key industries and meets the investment and jobs eligibility, and then no local match required on this. Any questions?
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Karina. I think you really got into the details there, and so there's not much else to say, except I do want to thank City Manager Dion Mack for taking a ride along with me last week. We visited this area specifically during that ride along, and I think it's very evident that this entire area is growing significantly in District 1. Not too far from there is the building of Amazon, and that is kind of forcing traffic towards Northern Pass because Paseo del Norte is so congested at this time because of that, and also the expansion of Artcraft and other reasons. So, without getting into too many details, this is just a much needed investment in that area, especially with the 6th building of Schneider coming along. And like you mentioned, unfortunately, the pedestrian incident that happened not too long ago, we just want to make sure that we are being proactive in terms of implementing these traffic calming measures and keeping our community safe. So I appreciate all the work that you've done. I know that you have been working on it for a very long time. I want to thank Joaquin, who's in the back as well. I know he was in a few meetings as we were going through the process of putting this together. So thank you to all the city staff, and thank you to council for supporting this item.
Okay, Ms. Prine, I think we have public comment on this item.
Yes, sir. We have Ms. Osmond that signed up for item 29. Ms. Osmond, star 6, please. Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
So there are two items, dealing with TED funds. And the thing about the TED funds is when EP Electric was sold, unlike the rest of Texas, El Paso had been protected at one point until it was sold. These funds are basically to compensate the residents in this area for the future rate hikes. They don't want to put it that way, but it's for the future rate hikes that will occur. We will have to pay. And anytime these TED funds are used, they're not always, these items aren't always brought into the agenda for the benefit of the community. For example, Carolina mentioned the San Roberts reconstruction, the Meta. That's $12.5 million of TED funds, citizen use funds, going to a Meta project that is only going to hike our electric bills even higher. Every community across the country has already proven that has data centers in their communities. This particular one, Schneider Electric got $75,000 of TED funds previously. It's as if we're specifically catering to a few. This traffic study, there was a person who was hit in a fatality in Ms. Limon's area, or maybe it's Lower Valley. I believe Ms. Limon carries Lower Valley. She is correct. Traffic studies need to be done in her area. Why aren't these funds used to help that area? It's mind-boggling that things come out of capital improvement that really don't benefit the citizens as a whole, but just a few. Using funds that ratepayers will eventually have to make up the difference for that $80 million. Y'all are just doling out willy-nilly. Either way, that is all I have to say in regards to the TED funds and in this project. I would have hoped traffic study would have been done in Ms. Limon's area versus more money over to Snyder, because people are getting hit all across town. There's fatalities all across town.
Thank you, Ms. Osmond.
All right, Ms. Prine, I believe that is the end of the public discussion. Please call for the vote on number 29.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro to approve item 29. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Boyer Trejo not present.
All right, Ms. Prine, let's take item number 30, please.
Item 30 is discussion and action on a resolution approving the allocation of funds from the Texas Economic Development Incentive Program in an estimated amount of $5 million to the International Bridges Department for the Isleta Zaragoza Port of Entry Feasibility Study Project.
Karina.
Hello.
Go.
Trina, I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
to approve this item. We've already had a presentation through Roberto Tinajero yesterday. Nice to see an item on District 7 in this agenda change. Thank you very much.
You got it. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Karina.
Go through it. Karina Brascala again for the record, and as Representative Limon pointed out, this is an item that was previewed at yesterday's presentation by Roberto Tinajero with the International Bridges Department. Isleta Zaragoza is one of the region's largest ports of entry. It is certainly absolutely critical to investment and economic development and economic growth on the city side. So we're very excited to bring this forward. Roberto, Strategic and Legislative Affairs, the International Business Section, a lot of folks have been working across the board on the the implementation of our international affairs agenda, many other initiatives. This is an exciting investment in the ports. So I'll skip quickly through the same TED fund background. So the creation of the fund, the process, highlight a slightly different section of the infrastructure assistance. So it is also infrastructure assistance within that service area where such an investment will have a direct impact on employment and investment opportunities in the future. And I do not think that there is a larger place where we could have an impact on opportunity in the future than the port that carries 80% of the Texas side of our regional trade. So looking at the infrastructure assistance, the same criteria here. So public infrastructure, including ports and roads, jobs and investment impact, so essential for expansion of businesses, developing those opportunities, and that local match requirement. Again, no local match required, but in this case, as you saw in the CIP, we have substantial city investment in this bridge and many others. There's that highlighting that commitment again, and so with the approval of the traffic calming implementation and today's, that would carry us to just a little bit over our income to date. So the funding request is for the port expansion feasibility studies. It's focusing on the expansion of the Isleta Port of Entry to add additional commercial lanes. So it includes project development, conceptual design, benefit cost analysis, traffic reporting, GHG, and technical documents relating to the approval and submission of presidential permits. In general, supports our expansion planning and operations of the city's international bridges, really helping with a lot of those concerns that have come up about the Boda commercial closure. This is one of our largest commercial traffic ports. Increasing capacity here. This is the preferred option for much of our industrial and commercial traffic, and so we'd like to make sure that we are also being responsive, building upon improvements and investments we've already made at Isleta Zaragoza to continue to serve that need. And so looking at really mitigating those impacts to supply chain access, making sure that Isleta remains competitive with other ports and continues to attract foreign and domestic investment. And then looking at this request can be stacked, and so we're leveraging a $3 million FY community project funding appropriation from Congresswoman Escobar's office to use for phase 2. So this will stack and get us all the way hopefully through design. So again, this is Isleta Zaragoza. I don't think I need to tell this to council, but vital gateway for trade and cross-border movements in the eastern side of the El Paso region. Key economic driver supporting $83.4 billion of international trade. We saw over 1.3 million cargo trucks, almost 7 million personal vehicles, and 2.5 million pedestrians last year. And this allocation has been, if folks have been paying attention, this has been on our commitments list in various forms. It was previously committed, the full $5 million, as match for the RAISE application. That program was not funded, and so we did not receive that grant, and so the funds are completely available to recommit. We'd like to recommit them to the same project, move this forward, and make ourselves competitive for future federal funding opportunities. Highlighting, you all saw this a lot yesterday on the CIP, but again, highlighting that this builds upon recent and ongoing expansion projects. We have a history of investment, and this only goes back a couple of years. We couldn't fit it all on the slide. I was running the risk of making the font way too small, but I mean, just decades of investment and really ramping that up, expanding city facilities, looking at commercial facilities projects, route expansion, and that sort of thing. So highlighting again for compliance with the TED fund, but also, the benefits here. We have done a admittedly not formal survey. The International Affairs and the Business Division have been talking to businesses that travel through Boda about what their business plans are so that we can help develop those needs. 70% of the businesses we've spoken to date plan to use Zaragoza as their main port of operations. And so looking at items that they would like, requesting changes for schedules, adding additional lanes, adding additional time periods, making sure that they're able to access during peak periods. And so all of these really indicate what we've already been working on and what the city has already planned to do, investing in that commercial expansion and making sure that Isleta can handle that increased capacity. And then just a note here, in addition to the hardline infrastructure investment. There's been a coordinated strategy across the city to develop responses to BOTA, to federal challenges, making sure, so first, if you are not on our tariff tracker mailing list, please sign up. We issue weekly updates on Wednesdays about the current status of tariffs, of other things affecting international trade, and linking you to resources for businesses who might be interested in using some of those, so ways to mitigate that impact on your business, where we're at, what options are available to you. We are also in the midst of the binational planning for the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which has been signed on to by Ciudad Juarez. We have a combined project list on that. There's also a number of workshops hosted by Economic Development, by Legislative Affairs, Bridges, so focusing on tariffs, business resources for folks looking to expand, relocate, or just continue to bolster their businesses on the U.S. side. We've also recently, as of this month, launched the El Paso Ports Project Task Force. And we are working business outreach with site visits, surveys, talking to industry groups on both sides of the border. So, of course, the El Paso MPO, the chambers, that sort of thing, but also chambers on the Mexican side, including Concanaco, Canacintra Index, and the Asociación de Transportistas. So, and then of course, Isleta was one of the top items on the federal legislative agenda, so advocacy for those funding pathways, for grants opportunities, and for binational coordination. So in short, it does comply with the policy, and I will take any questions.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Karina, for this presentation. One quick question on slide number 8. It says Isleta supports $83.4 billion of 60% of regional international trade. Mm-hmm. And then slide number 11 says, the economic opportunity of business needs. 70% of businesses plan to use Zaragoza when BOTA closes. So what number do we foresee in seeing what slide number 8 says, 60% of the regional international trade currently versus that 70% of businesses that says that plan to use Zaragoza?
Yeah. And I'd say some of that depends on capacity, which we're desperately trying to increase, but I will also, if Roberto's got anything, he's got the data, he's closely tracking this constantly.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Roberto Tinajero, International Bridges Department. Right now, it's about 80% of trade crossing through El Paso, excluding New Mexico. So if we are expecting, if BOTA closes, as we have been informed, there is going to be probably about 85% of the current traffic at Bridge of the Americas will move to the Isleta Zaragoza Bridge. So we still don't have the final numbers because, again, there are other alternatives that at the end the logistics company can use. That will be Santa Teresa or Marcelino Serna. But based on proximity, we really believe that most of those cargo traffic currently using Bridge of the Americas are going to shift to Isleta Zaragoza.
No, this is great information overall, because I definitely think that this is the opportunity for the city to see the economic impact, even revenue generators, right, for the city as a whole. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation, looking forward to what the feasibility is, the study is going to show in regards of us preparing for the future of what it means for us. Thank you. No further questions.
Any further questions? Ms. Bryan, I know we have someone signed up for public comment.
Yes, sir. We have Ms. Osmond that signed up to speak for item 30. Ms. Osmond, star 6, please. Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
In regards to the feasibility study, was the previous allotments for feasibility study only on the Bridge of the Americas and never done for Isleta? I think that would be a Karina question.
The funds previously committed to this project were for the Isleta Port of Entry and have been. The BOTA is not a city-managed port of entry.
Okay. From what if I'm tracking this correctly, I believe the federal government under the Trump administration has canceled everything with BOTA and all funding. Am I correct on that?
Ms. Osmond, go ahead and ask your questions, ma'am, with the time allotted.
Okay. Now, it says leverage 3 million appropriations via our congressperson, Ms. Escobar. But that's not guaranteed funds, especially in our climate, because quite frankly, we should all understand it is not guaranteed the Trump administration will ever be out of office. And everything they are putting into place now and everything that they are cutting will continue. An election down the road is not guaranteed. I applaud your all's optimism in thinking that it would be, but this is the thing, is that those $3 million in funds, they're not guaranteed, correct? This is, I believe feasibility studies had already been done. Why wasn't it done previously that we're asking for another $5 million out of TED funds? Thank you.
I believe she's done, Ms. Prine. So
Yes.
let's call for the vote on item number 30.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Limon, seconded by Representative Nino, to approve the resolution on item 30. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Boya Trejo not present.
All right, very good. Let's take item number 31, please.
Item 31 is discussion and action on a resolution that the city reviews and approves the issuance of unlimited tax bond series 2025 by Paseo del Este Municipal Utility District Number 4, with the acknowledgement that the issuance of such bonds does not constitute debt issuance by the city of El Paso.
Okay, is there a motion on this one?
Second.
All right, Robert.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. So this is an item that just do periodically throughout the year. So we have several municipal utility districts that were created back in 2002. This particular one, number 4, was actually created in March of 2003. These are all voter-approved bonds. There was an election back in 2014 that the voters in this area approved up to $30 million to be used for water, wastewater, and drainage facilities. Up until this point, they've issued about $10 million of that amount. So there's still about $18.7 million roughly for them to issue going forward if they need to. Basically, all they're doing is they're reimbursing a developer that's invested and spent the money on the water and wastewater drainage facilities, the improvements for this particular area. So now they need to actually go out and issue the bonds to be able to reimburse that developer for these costs. So again, as it's stated on the agenda, these are not city bonds. These are obligations of the municipal utility district. However, since they are in the city's ETJ and they did require the city's consent when they were created, their bonds, when they're going to issue, require not only their board of directors approval, the TCEQ approval, but also city council's approval as well. So again, this is not city's debt, but it does require the council's approval.
Okay. Any discussion on this item number 31? Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. Robert, how much money is it for?
It is 1.4 million.
Okay. Over what period of time, do we know?
So basically, all they're doing is they're reimbursing the developer his cost, and so as I mentioned, they've issued about 10 million out of the 30 million that was approved by the voters. So this added another 1.4 million that they've spent, so a total about 11.5 million total. But again, it was 30 million, up to 30 million that the voters approved back in 2014.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any further discussion? Ms. Bryan, I don't see any public comment on item 31.
You're correct, Mayor.
Okay, would you call for the vote, please?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Limon, seconded by Representative Canales, to approve the resolution on item 31. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representatives Boya Trejo and Fierro not present.
Very good. Let's take item number 32.
Item 32 is discussion and action to accept the results of the On-Call Services Agreement Audit Report A 2024-08.
Is there a motion to accept this audit? Okay. There's a motion and a second. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Liz De La O with the Internal Audit Department. So this report was presented and accepted by FOAC at the September 11th meeting. The objectives of the audit were to determine if on-call contracting process, determine how the on-call contracting process is administered, how CID determines when to use on-call contracting, determine if CID has controls in place to monitor compliance, and determine if accounts payable transactions for on-call services are processed according to city policy.
And what meeting was this accepted in?
September 11th.
Okay.
So the scope of the audit included reviewing active on-call agreements for professional services awarded to 18 consultants, conducting interviews, reviewing policies and procedures, analyzing a sample of invoices for on-call professional services, and conducting a review of the CID's monitoring processes. The report contained a total of 4 findings. Finding number 1, we identified that CID's internal procedures for the selection of professional services needed to be updated. Procedures did not have an effective date. They referenced former job titles, contained web links that were no longer active, and did not reflect current practices in place unique to the selection of on-call consultants. So we just recommended that CID should update their procedures to include an effective date, contain current job titles and working web links, and that procedures reflect current practices in place unique to the selection of on-call consultants. In response, management indicated how they updated their procedures to include updating job titles, adding an effective date, updating procedures for the selection of on-call consultants, outlining the process for debarment and indebtedness checks, updating documented processes for monitoring task orders, and developing a schedule to identify phases included within each contract. For finding 2, a review of the files of 18 on-call consultants selected for review identified the following. 18 consultant files did not contain evidence of a debarment check. 12 consultant files did not contain evidence of verification of indebtedness to the city, and 3 consultants did not submit all required certificates of insurance. So we just recommended that CID should ensure that debarment checks, city indebtedness verifications, and insurance policy requirements are conducted and documented in the on-call agreement consultant files. Management responded that checks were not consistently saved in the appropriate files. To strengthen the procedure, staff will reference SAM.gov and Seamless Docs form and guideline to properly save documentation. For finding number 3, we conducted a review of 9 invoices paid by CID and identified that 4 out of the 9 invoices reviewed were not paid within 30 calendar days. So we just recommended that CID should ensure that invoices are paid within 30 days of receiving the invoice. Management responded that within our process, we asked that all vendors submit invoices to pay application at elpasotexas.gov. Staff has been assigned to critically evaluate the application status log, and this change of assignment to the CIPS has resulted in invoices paid within 30 days of receipt. Finding number 4, additional review of the 9 invoices identified that 3 out of the 9 invoices did not contain documentation to confirm tasks were completed by the established deadlines. 2 out of the 9 invoices could not be matched to the consultant's fee proposal hourly rates, and 1 out of the 9 invoices did not contain the total project budget, amount billed to date, and percentage of completion, which is required by the on-call agreement. So we just recommended that CID should ensure that documentation supports tasks were completed by the established deadlines, invoices match the consultant's fee proposal hourly rates, or notate the cause of variance, and that invoices include details required by the on-call services agreement. Management responded by citing 2 sections of the on-call agreements and indicated that procedures identified to address the required documentation training will be provided to remind staff of policy that is in place. So in conclusion, CID met the audit objectives in the following areas: establishing and documenting procedures for selecting on-call service providers, establishing proper internal controls to monitor compliance, They did not meet the audit objectives in the areas of ensuring procedures reflect current practices in place, processing accounts payable transactions for on-call services in accordance with city policy and on-call agreements, and ensuring department checks. Oops, let me go back. Sorry. Ensuring department checks, indebtedness verifications, and insurance confirmations are conducted and documented for all on-call consultants. So our requested action is that council accept the results of the on-call agreement services audit.
Very good. Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Liz, for the presentation. Like Liz mentioned, we did review this audit thoroughly, I think, on September the 11th, and we accepted it on FOAC at that time. I know that we gave you a lot of feedback and we gave staff a lot of feedback, and because of this audit and other feedback we've received from the community, we are going to be having a professional services forum for our community to give us feedback and try to improve the process and try to make us better partners with the community in general. We don't have the date of that yet, but we will be communicating again publicly on social media and otherwise to make sure that people feel heard. I don't know, I know we gave you a lot of feedback at that time, and I don't know if I want to go through it all again, Liz, but it is on record and probably for people to review again if needed. So,
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. Liz, just a couple of questions. Has this department been audited before that you have recollection of?
Not that I can recollect, no.
Okay. I was concerned because there were quite a few findings here. And so I was just wondering if this is something that had been audited recently or not. But it looks like we're on the right path now.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any additional questions for Liz? Ms. Prine, I believe we have public comment on this item.
Yes, sir. Ms. Osmond signed up to speak. Ms. Osmond, go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Now, there are a lot of issues with CID. I pointed out a couple in regards to the TED fund. Our auditor has clearly highlighted some, which show that not just the colon. This is a red flag for all contracts going through capital improvement. I will highlight one specifically that I put forth in front of the last city council that went through CID, which was Karina's project on the Union Depot amphitheater. I had to pull FOIA requests, documents from Union Depot, plat maps and so forth, to show that the plan CID had put out as far as where they were going to build, they didn't even have the right of way and own the property. Union Pacific already had part of that property earmarked and funds earmarked to cut into their actual right of way. There's a lot of issues within capital improvement and a lot of citizen tax dollars that are being mismanaged. This is a great highlight. Some of those TED funds are also a highlight to that. More than just this audit for capital improvement needs to be done. Ms. Limon is correct, because there is a huge issue. If they are putting $180 million ask on an agenda to city council for a vote that day, yet they didn't even have the full right-of-way for a feasibility study to get that $180 million released for that bond money until I produced all the documents and gave it, and everything was shut down on that project, never to be heard of again. There's a lot of issues with capital improvement. Like I said, this item and this failure of an audit is a red flag. It is a canary in the coal mine of what is going on in capital improvement and other departments that are rolling out our tax dollars. So I agree with Ms. Lamont that this is a good start, but it can't be just a little handpicked. We are in a day and age where AI can actually evaluate and keep track of absolutely all of it without an auditor having to just cherry pick a sample. I had discussed this with Calderon before. It is possible. I discussed it with the person that y'all recognized of accounting that came in that other year.
Thank you, Ms. Osman.
Liz, thank you for the audit report. Ms. Prine, on number 32, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Maldonado Rocha, seconded by Representative Limon to accept the results on item 32. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Boyer Trejo not present.
Okay, let's take item number 33, please.
Item 33 is discussion and action to accept the results of the Vehicle Allowance and Take-Home Cars Project P 2025-02.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Miguel Montiel with the Internal Audit Department. We'll be discussing the Vehicle Allowance and Take-Home Project Cars project. This project was accepted by the Financial Oversight and Audit Committee at the September 11th, 2025 meeting. So I just want to begin with stating that this review serves as a continuation of the original Vehicle Allowance Program Analysis Memorandum dated July 8th, 2024. The purpose of the original memo was to provide management with analysis of the Vehicle Allowance Program and to identify opportunities for policy updates. A policy update was recommended in order to address certain job positions receiving an allowance not specifically covered by the policy. Let me advance the slide. Okay, the objectives of this review were to review vehicle allowance payments for compliance with city policy, determine if city employees who receive the vehicle allowance are not assigned a take-home car, make sure they're not getting two benefits of that. Review policies for the use and assignment of take-home cars, and determine if the usage of take-home cars is monitored. The scope was fiscal years 2024 and 2025, which included reviewing city policies and procedures, reviewing vehicle allowance recipients as of January 11th, 2025, interviewing fire department management, and reviewing the fire department due to the high number of vehicle allowance recipients and assigned take-home cars for that department. So we identified one observation. There we go. So on March 13th, 2025, the City of El Paso updated the Vehicle Allowance Program policy to include municipal court judges, fire department personnel, and additional employees authorized and approved to participate in the program, which will be paid the amount designated by the city manager or her designee. And also we identified that there's no citywide program for monitoring the use of take-home cars. Currently, city departments manage their own fleet. As you're aware, several departments within the city have a fleet of vehicles, and some departments allow their staff to take cars home in case they need to respond after hours or on the weekend. So that's why departments have take-home cars. Okay. The recommendation, we're recommending that city management should decide if a citywide policy should be created for departments to adhere to, or to continue allowing each department to self-manage their fleet. That was our recommendation. Here's the management response from the Human Resources Department. So the Human Resources Department is creating a take-home vehicle policy to clearly outline the rules and regulations regarding assignment, use, and accountability of city vehicles. This policy aims to ensure consistency, promote fairness, and provide clear guidance to both employees and supervisors about expectations and responsibilities. Additionally, a process will be established in conjunction with the policy. Through the policy and process, each city department will have the authority to manage the assignment of fleet vehicles in accordance with city policy. This approach will ensure consistency and fairness across the city while allowing departments the flexibility to address their specific operational needs. The HR department anticipates completing the take-home policy by November 15th, 2025. In conclusion, based on this review, an updated vehicle allowance program policy was implemented on March 13th, 2025, and as we just stated, there's an existing but undocumented process for issuing take-home cars. And that's the end of our
All right, very good. Is there a motion to approve? Okay, is there a second? Any further discussions for Miguel on item number 33? Representative Chavez?
Mayor, thank you. Could Mary Wiggins come up and just tell us what she's worked on since? I think it
Sure.
would be helpful for everyone to know. Thank you, Mary.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mary Wiggins, Chief Human Resources Officer. So we are putting together a policy. So like Miguel said, we are going to allow each of the departments to be able to determine what their take-home fleet is, but it's based upon operational needs. They know, what they need to have operationally. So they're going to handle the assignment of vehicles. We are putting together a policy that's going to outline different items such as the usage. So for example, if it's take home that, you need to go straight home and straight to work and there's no stopping. It's going to reference different things. If there was an accident, how who you would notify. There's a taxation benefit for having a take-home vehicle. So it's just all the general practices that go with having a take-home vehicle. So we want to make sure we're outlining, they understand what they need to do. Another example is like whenever they're at home, making sure that they're placing their car in a place that's safe, and different items like that. So we have proposed that we'll have that probably ready around November 15th.
Very good. Any questions for Mary? Thank you, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Bryan, hearing no other questions on item 33, would you call for the vote?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Limon, seconded by Representative Canales, and this is to accept the results on item 33. On that motion, call for the vote. And the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Boyer Trejo not present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. All right, Ms. Bryan, let's take item number 35.
Yes, sir. Item 35 is discussion and action to authorize the mayor on behalf of the city of El Paso to sign a resolution as part of the city council approval application to the Office of the Governor, Texas Military Preparedness Commission for the Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant, DEAG, for expansion of the K. Bailey Hutchinson desalination plant.
Second.
Good afternoon, Renee.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. You're the last one up.
Yes, sir. I only have a short 50-slide presentation. And
Perfect.
You actually have 9 minutes.
This is very straightforward. I've briefed all of council on this. El Paso Water is applying for $4 million to the state's DEAG program for expansion of our K. Bailey Hutchinson desalination plant. The expansion will take the plant from a current capacity of 27.5 million to a capacity of 33.5 million. It's a 6 million gallon a day 6 million gallon a day capacity expansion. The benefits are both to the city of El Paso and to Fort Bliss, and this will be contributed to through El Paso water funds, not city funds, not through anything through the general fund. Here's a quick breakdown of the costs. Again, we're applying for $4 million for a $10.5 million project. We have already received $2.6 million from the federal government. We are seeking $4 million from the state, and El Paso Water will contribute $3.8 million. So the requested action today is just to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution authorizing us to go forward with the application.
Very good. Any questions for Renee on this particular item, number 35? Representative Chavez?
I just want to thank Renee because I know he's been sitting here a long part of the day, and so thank you for your patience, Renee. We appreciate it.
All right. Representative Nino?
Renee, and I know that you briefed me on this as well, and I'm just excited to see what the future of the K. Bailey Hutchinson desalination plant, where it's going into the future, because I know we have the largest inland desalination plant in the world. So looking forward to the future extensions. Thank you.
Yes, it's a crown jewel of our plants. We get international visitors, we get visitors from across the country, and of course it supplies water to El Paso and it supplies water to Fort Bliss. So anything we can do to grow it, we're happy to do.
Thank you.
All right, before we call for the vote, just want to thank staff and city council. It was a long day, but we got through it, and I appreciate it. And Ms. Bryan, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Piero, seconded by Representative Limon, and this is to approve item 35. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Boyer Trejo not present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
All right, there's a motion to adjourn.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the regular city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed?
Opposed?
And the regular city council meeting for Tuesday, October 14th, 2025 is adjourned at 3:54 p.m. Thank you, council.
I've got it down to size. Thank you, Ms. Bryan.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.